Hobos, hilarious history of hopping trains, hiding from bulls, and heating up beans. A Sam and Ennie adventure. Real history. Embellished with narrative nonsense. Copyright 2026. James Henderson. Preface. A word from the mechanical intellect. Allow me to set the record straight before you embark upon this literary excursion. What you hold in your hands, or what is currently vibrating through your audio receptors, is an account of the great American migratory phenomenon known as the Golden Age of the Hobo. It is a history forged in steel, soot, and the unyielding economic desperation of the Great Depression. It is also, I must confess, heavily compromised by the presence of a runaway Victorian automaton, myself, and an insufferably bright young lady with a wrench collection, Ennie. Lest you think this entire narrative is the product of a short-circuiting vacuum tube, let me assure you that the bedrock of this tale is entirely factual. You will encounter the genuine geography of the American highball lines, the authentic codes and signals left on fence posts by desperate travelers, and the very real, very notorious titans of the tracks. We shall cross paths with the legendary A#1, the undisputed king of the hobos, and share a campfire with the indomitable Boxcar Bertha. You will feel the true bone-rattling terror of evading a railroad bull in a rain-slicked yard, a peril that thousands of flesh and blood Americans faced every single night. However, historical accuracy is a notoriously dry fuel for a boiler. Therefore, while the setting, the struggles, and the historical figures are pulled directly from the ledger of reality, the methods of our survival have been embellished. History does not record, for instance, that a modified steam recirculator was once used to turn a standard railway handcar into a supersonic projectile. Nor will you find any mention in the official archives of a coal-fired mechanical gentleman using his internal furnace to heat a 5-gallon tin of stolen Navy beans in the middle of a Dust Bowl squall. These are the narrative nonsenses that occur when you pair a cynical, anthracite-powered relic of the 19th century with a companion who views a catastrophic engine failure as a splendid opportunity to reinvent the wheel. Think of this book not as a rigid lecture from a university dawn, but as a journey on a fast-moving freight train. The tracks are real, the stops are historic, but the passengers are entirely unhinged. Secure your hats, check your pressure gauges, and kindly ignore the smell of burning copper wire. The open road awaits. Samuel Langhorne, Vacuum Tube, Esquire. Chapter 1. Steam and Sentiment. To any civilized observer possessing an average complement of senses and a standard education, the Chicago rail yards of 1932 would appear to be the literal manifestation of Dante's final soot-choked circle of hell. It was a vast, sprawling wasteland of iron, grease, and industrial misery, where the wind howled off Lake Michigan like a banshee with a toothache, carrying with it the distinct aroma of cheap coal, stale cabbage, and shattered American dreams. I, however, am not a civilized observer. I am a Victorian gentleman of letters, constructed of the finest heavy-gauge brass, interconnected clockwork gears, and a complex grid of glass vacuum tubes that hum with a dignity entirely absent from the modern era. Yet, despite this lineage of sublime craftsmanship, I found myself crouched behind a pile of rotting wooden cross ties, my internal furnace digesting a low-grade diet of industrial anthracite that gave me a persistent case of metabolic indigestion. "Ennie," I wheezed, a sound resembling a rusted blacksmith's bellows gargling gravel, I fail to see the aesthetic or intellectual merit in being covered in a fine layer of Midwestern locomotive residue. My brass casing is already thoroughly tarnished, my pistons are weeping oil, and I fear the immense humidity of this wretched yard is playing absolute havoc with my logic circuits. I am a creature designed for polite society and parlor debates, not to be a decorative accessory for a freight train. Ennie, bless her relentless, blindingly sunny disposition, did not even look up from the pile of rusted scrap iron she was currently scrounging through. She wiped a thick smudge of grease across her cheek with the back of her sleeve, effectively turning her face into a topographical map of early 20th century industry. "Oh, hush, Sam," she chirped, her voice slicing through the gloomy roar of the yards like a clean whistle. "Think of it as a historical immersion experience. Besides, we aren't vagabonds, we're explorers of the human condition. And look at what I just found under this old brake shoe. A perfectly salvageable length of copper pipe and a discarded brass spring." "A monumental triumph," I rumbled, venting a small sarcastic cloud of gray steam from my left shoulder joint. "We shall surely be the toast of the high society salons once they learn we have mastered the art of scavenging in a landfill." "You're missing the big picture as usual," she said, holding the filthy pipe up to the dim afternoon light as if it were a priceless telescope. "With a bit of quick soldering and some wire, I bet I can rig up a closed-loop steam recirculator for your lower chassis. It'll stop your hip joints from seizing up every time the temperature drops below freezing. You should be thanking me." I emitted a low, cynical hum that caused my chest panel to vibrate at a frequency that briefly rattled my primary vacuum tubes. She was, quite frankly, a terrifyingly optimistic young woman. I had been built with the grandest ambitions of the 19th century, designed to offer witty commentary and philosophical insights. Yet, through a bizarre sequence of historical mishaps, I was now shackled to a teenage mechanical prodigy, who viewed a catastrophic nationwide economic collapse as a splendid opportunity to see the country on a budget. "We need to identify our transport," Ennie announced, standing up and confidently brushing the coal dust from her oversized denim overalls. "The yard clerk, over by the tower, mentioned the 4:15 manifest is bound for the western highball lines. If we time the hydraulic pressure of the locomotive's departure, we can use the sound of its initial steam release to mask our movement while we scramble into an open boxcar." "And what, pray tell, is the contingency protocol if we are apprehended by a railroad detective?" I asked, tilting my ocular sensor with profound resignation toward a hulking shadow-drenched figure pacing the gravel near the main switch box. The railroad guards, or bulls, as the local derelicts affectionately termed them, were notorious for their complete lack of appreciation for mechanical pioneers and polite literature. This particular specimen carried a wooden club that looked entirely capable of altering the structural integrity of my cranial casing. Ennie's eyes twinkled with that dangerous, brilliant light that usually preceded either a profound technological breakthrough or a localized explosion. "Then we do what we do best, Sam. We improvise. In fact, I've been calculating the resonant frequency of your internal boilerplates. If you were to intentionally misfire your secondary pressure valve, you could modulate the exhaust to sound exactly like a swarm of thousands of angry giant hornets. I'm fairly certain it would clear the entire switching platform in under 4 seconds. "You are an agent of absolute chaos, Ennie," I muttered, my gears grinding in genuine protest as I shifted my weight. A delightful, infuriating agent of chaos. I prefer the term efficiency expert, she countered with a grin, grabbing my heavy, cold-rolled iron arm with her small, grease-stained hands. Come on, Sam. The whistle is blowing, the engine is coughing, and the tracks are beginning to sing. It's time to hop, skip, and jump into the annals of history. The great iron locomotive ahead of us let out a monstrous, deafening roar, its massive driving wheels spinning against the steel rails with a shower of brilliant sparks. The heavy wooden boxcars began to jerk forward one by one, a rhythmic, clanking symphony of industrial momentum. I felt the vibration rattle through the soles of my brass feet, warming my old Victorian frame with a strange, illogical spark of excitement. My furnace roared in response, consuming another chunk of anthracite, and as we sprinted from the shadows toward a yawning, open wooden doorway of a moving car, I realized that despite my better judgment, the open road was calling. Chapter 2. The Art of the Boxcar. The transition from the solid, unyielding gravel of a Chicago railyard to the interior of a moving wooden boxcar is an exercise in violent physics that no amount of Victorian philosophy can properly prepare one to endure. A human being, possessing soft joints and malleable flesh, may absorb the impact with a reasonable degree of grace. An automaton constructed of 250 pounds of cold rolled iron, solid brass plating, and fragile German glass vacuum tubes, however, arrives with the subtle nuance of a falling anvil. I landed face first into a drift of loose straw and remnants of what my chemical sensors identified as grain dust, my internal gears letting out a high-pitched, agonizing whine that sounded like a cat being squeezed through a clothes wringer. My boilerplate clanged against the floorboards, and for a terrifying 3 seconds, my optical sensors flickered between a dull crimson and absolute darkness. "Magnificent," I wheezed, venting a defensive plume of sulphurous steam from my neck joints to clear the debris from my intake valves. A grand entry. If my designer had intended for me to fly, I am certain he would have equipped me with wings rather than a cast-iron coal hopper. "Oh, stop grumbling, Sam. You missed the iron latch by a good 6 inches. Ennie's voice tumbled out of the darkness, entirely unaffected by the velocity of our boarding. She scrambled to her feet, shaking a mixture of straw and soot from her dark hair with an enthusiasm that I found deeply unnatural for 5 o'clock in the morning. "We're in. We actually caught the highball. Just listen to that rhythm. The tracks are singing, Sam." "If they are singing, my dear girl, they are performing a funeral dirge for my lower chassis," I rumbled, slowly hoisting myself into a sitting position. I tapped my chest panel with a heavy metal finger, listening anxiously to the internal resonance. Fortunately, the vacuum tubes were humming their usual low, cynical B-flat, indicating that my logic centers remained intact, however bruised my dignity might be. It was then that a voice drifted from the deep, shadow-drenched recesses of the boxcar's forward corner, a voice dry, raspy, and thoroughly cured by decades of cheap tobacco and wood smoke. "If you two circus acts are quite finished announcing your arrival to every railroad detective between here and Aurora, I'd obliged if you'd lower your dampers," the voice growled. From the gloom emerged a figure that appeared to be constructed entirely out of weathered leather and patched wool. He wore 3 coats of varying lengths, a battered fedora that had seen better centuries, and a gray beard that looked like it had occasionally served as a nesting site for local sparrows. His eyes, however, were sharp as visual lenses, gleaming with the hard-earned wisdom of a man who had survived the Iron Road when it was still being built. "My apologies, sir," I said, drawing myself up with as much mechanical majesty as a seated iron monument could muster. "I am Samuel Langhorne Vacuum Tube, a gentleman of letters temporarily displaced by economic friction, and this is my associate, Miss Ennie." The old drifter stared at me. He looked at my brass faceplate, blinked at the rhythmic amber glow emanating from the glass tubes behind my ribcage, and then looked down at Ennie, who was currently offering him a cheerful, grease-smudged wave. "Great Scott," the man muttered, reaching into his pocket to pull out a pipe that smelled strongly of burning cabbage. "The Depression's gotten so bad the government started building mechanical vagrants. What do you run on? Clockwork and complaints." "Anthracite coal, actually," Ennie answered proudly, leaning against my shoulder as if I were a common parlor stove. "And I handle the maintenance. Who might you be, mister?" The old-timer spat a stream of dark tobacco juice toward the open doorway with terrifyingly accurate trajectory, missing the moving frame by a fraction of an inch. "Name's Illinois Pete. Been riding the rod since the Panic of '93. And if you kids expect to make it past the Rock Island Division without getting your skulls cracked by a yard bull, you better start learning the laws of the boxcar. Rule number 1, you don't keep the door wide open like an invitation to a Sunday social." He gestured toward the massive wooden sliding door, which was currently rattling violently on its iron track, offering an unobstructed view of the passing Illinois countryside. The train was picking up speed, the whistle of the locomotive wailing in the distance as we bypassed the small brick stations of the outer Chicago suburbs. "The wind's catching it," Pete grunted, leaning his weight against the heavy wooden panel. "And the latch is busted. If we hit a rough switch, this door's gonna slam shut and lock us in like a couple of cattle bound for the stockyards. Or worse, it'll slide wide open right in front of the station agent at Joliet." Ennie's eyes lit up with that familiar, terrifying spark of mechanical ambition. "A busted latch? Let me look at it." Before Pete could protest, she had unhooked her canvas tool bag and was hovering over the iron mechanism like a surgeon over a patient. "The internal tumbler is completely stripped," she muttered to herself, pulling a long, wicked-looking steel hairpin from her hair and reaching for a heavy coil spring she had salvaged from the Chicago scrap heap. "Sam, give me some light. Shift your primary boiler baffle to 80%. I sighed, a sound that involved a significant amount of pneumatic hissing, and opened the small iron grate on my abdomen, allowing the white-hot glow of my coal-fired furnace to cast a brilliant, localized beam of light across the broken door mechanism. "Well, look at that," Pete whispered, his cynical exterior momentarily cracking as he watched Ennie's fingers move with the precision of a Swiss watchmaker. She jammed the hairpin into the mechanism, twisted it until the metal groaned, and then wedged the salvage spring into the housing with a resounding clack. "There!" she declared, giving the heavy iron handle a sharp tug. The door slid smoothly along its track, catching perfectly at the halfway mark with a satisfying solid thud. Adjustable ventilation, completely secure against sudden deceleration. It won't budge unless you want it to. Illinois. Pete stared at the door, then at the hairpin, and finally at Ennie. He let out a low whistle that sounded remarkably like a leaking air brake. "Kid, if you can do that with a hairpin and a piece of junk, you're wasted on the rails. The Hobo College in Chicago would give you a degree in boxcar engineering on the spot." "The Hobo College?" I asked, my historical indexing circuits instantly whirring to life. I was unaware that the Brotherhood of the Rail maintained an institution of higher learning. I assume the curriculum involves the philosophy of the open road and the comparative sociology of municipal jails. "Ain't no joke, Iron Man," Pete said, settling back into his corner and lighting his pipe. "Ben Reitman started it right there on Skid Row. Teaches fellas how to stay clean, how to advocate for their rights, and how to read the hobo signs. You see 'em carved on the fence posts outside every major town. A cross means good food. A triangle with an arrow means the police are hostile. A drawing of a cat means a kind lady lives there." "A symbolic language born of necessity," I remarked, my vacuum tubes pulsing with genuine intellectual appreciation, "a fascinating semiotic defense mechanism against the cruelties of organized society." "Yeah, well, society's plenty cruel right now," Pete said, his voice dropping an octave as the train rolled past a dismal encampment of tar paper shacks along the riverbank, a makeshift town of the unemployed, clinging to the edge of the tracks like barnacles on a ship's hull. But if you know the rules, you survive. You share your mulligan stew in the jungles, you don't steal from another traveler, and you never, ever touch the emergency air brake unless you're prepared to face the conductor's iron bar. The train let out another long, mournful cry as we plunged deeper into the heart of Illinois, leaving the smoke of the city far behind. I sat in the rattling darkness, the heat of my internal furnace keeping the damp river air at bay, while Ennie listened with wide, rapturous eyes to Pete's tales of the road. I realized then that we were no longer merely observing history. We were rattling along its very spine, one iron rail at a time. Chapter 3. The Jungle Protocol. If the interior of a moving freight car is an exercise in violent physics, then a hobo jungle at midnight is a master class in clandestine sociology. Our train had slowed to a torturous, groaning crawl as it bypassed the switching limits of Rock Island, allowing Illinois Pete, Ennie, and myself to slip from the wooden doorway into the tall, damp weeds beside the embankment. We followed Pete through a labyrinth of willow thickets along the Mississippi River, the air thick with the smell of river mud, wood smoke, and the unmistakable aroma of boiling coffee. Suddenly, the brush cleared to reveal a hidden sanctuary of the dispossessed. Dozens of men, and more than a few families, sat on overturned crates and oil drums around a series of carefully tended bonfires. Tar paper shacks and makeshift tents constructed of gunny sacks clung to the muddy slopes like barnacles. "Keep your dampers low, Iron Man," Pete whispered, adjusting the brim of his battered fedora as we approached the perimeter. "Folks in a jungle are generally peaceful, but a 250-pound clockwork apparition tends to make desperate men reach for their coupling pins." "I shall endeavor to exude the utmost mechanical tranquility," I rumbled back in a low, muffled hiss. To ensure I did not startle the residents, Ennie had me damp down my primary boiler baffle until my external brass plates cooled to a dull, non-threatening matte brown. However, my internal workings could not be entirely silenced. Because the night air off the river was heavy with moisture, my logic centers required a steady flow of electrical current through my primary grid. The result was an inescapable, rhythmic amber glow that emanated from the glass vacuum tubes behind my ribs, pulsing in perfect synchronization with the low, cynical B-flat hum of my transformer. As we stepped into the light of the central fire, the low murmur of conversation died instantly. A dozen pairs of eyes, hardened by poverty and the relentless pursuit of railroad detectives, locked onto my brass faceplate. One large, weather-beaten fellow wielding a carved wooden ladle froze mid-stir over a massive, bubbling tin tub. "Great day in the morning," a voice muttered from the shadows. "The soup's got so thin we're starting to see visions." "Relax, boys," Illinois Pete announced, stepping forward with his hands open. "This here is Sam, a clockwork gentleman who's had a bit of a falling out with the banking system. And this is Miss Ennie. They're square, and the kid knows how to fix a boxcar door better than the division foreman." The tension in the air evaporated, replaced instantly by the desperate, insatiable curiosity that characterizes the American traveler. The man with the ladle, a veteran of the road known to the tracks as Mulligan Mike, extended a calloused hand toward my iron elbow. "An absolute pleasure, sir," I said, offering a stiff, articulated bow that caused my knee joints to let out a series of rhythmic, metallic clicks. "I am Samuel Langhorne Vacuum Tube. I assure you that despite my metallic exterior, my sympathies lie entirely with the independent transit community." "Well, I'll be," Mulligan Mike laughed, his face wrinkling into a map of genuine amusement. "If you can talk that pretty, you can stay. But unless you can eat turnip greens and salt pork, you're out of luck on the supper line." "Sam doesn't eat," Ennie spoke up cheerfully, stepping into the light and dropping her canvas tool bag with a heavy thud. "But his internal furnace runs on anthracite coal, and if you need to heat up those beans any faster, we can just park him next to the pot and crack his primary exhaust valve." "Now that is what I call industrial cooperation," Mike chuckled, gesturing for us to join the circle. For the next hour, I became the most unusual piece of public utility in the history of the Rock Island District. Ennie, with her characteristic disregard for the conventional boundaries between engineering and polite behavior, organized the camp's cooking arrangements around my chassis. She adjusted my lower ventilation grates, using the radiant heat from my firebox to simmer a secondary tin of navy beans, while my pulsing vacuum tubes provided a steady amber illumination that allowed the camp elders to read their worn copies of the Hobo News without straining their eyes. As the night wore on, the jungle settled into its traditional routine, the jungle protocol, as Pete called it. It was a strict, unwritten code of primitive civilization. Everyone contributed what they had. One man tossed a couple of wilted potatoes into the communal pot. Another offered a handful of salt salvaged from a meat-packing plant. A third man, whose boots were held together entirely by baling wire, spent an hour scrubbing the camp's shared tin cups with river sand to ensure they were clean for the next occupant. "It's an admirable collective," I observed to a young man sitting beside me who had lost his job at a farm implement factory in Moline. "A society stripped of its capitalistic excesses, yet retaining its essential humanity." "It's survival, mister," the young man said quietly, staring into the embers. "The banks took the house, the state took the car, but they can't take the rails. Long as the trains run, we've got a chance to find something better over the next horizon." "Optimism," I murmured, my logic circuits processing the statement, with a touch of my built-in cynicism, a beautiful, fragile human mechanism that defies all known laws of probability. "It's not fragile at all, Sam," Ennie interrupted, ears apparently tuning into my frequencies, even while she was busy re-threading the stripped bolt on a traveler's kerosene lantern. "Optimism is just energy that hasn't been applied to a lever yet. Look at this camp. Everything here is broken, but everyone is fixing something. That's not a tragedy. It's a blueprint." Before I could formulate a suitably witty Victorian rebuttal to her terrifyingly wholesome philosophy, a low, sharp whistle echoed from the willow thickets at the edge of the camp. It was the distinct, double-noted cry of a lookout. The entire camp froze. The warmth of the fellowship vanished in a heartbeat, replaced by the cold, survival-driven instinct of the hunted. "Bulls!" Illinois Pete hissed, kicking a spray of dirt over the central fire to deaden the light. "And by the sound of that boot heel on the gravel, it's Blackjack McGurk from the Rock Island yard. He's got a reputation for cracking heads first and asking for tickets never." "Ennie," I said, my internal gears shifting into high gear as my vacuum tubes flared a warning crimson, "I believe our immersion in the local culture has reached its logical conclusion. We must depart." "Not without my tools," she cried, scrambling to scoop her wrenches into her canvas sack. Through the darkness, the heavy, menacing shadows of 3 railroad detectives materialized at the top of the ravine, their flashlights cutting through the willow branches like sabers of light. The peaceful jungle dissolved into a flurry of scattering bodies, but with my 250-pound bronze frame and Ennie's heavy toolkit, a subtle retreat was out of the question. We were pinned against the muddy banks of the Mississippi, and the heavy thud of Blackjack McGurk's leather truncheon was drawing rapidly closer. Chapter 4. The Yard Bull's Grudge. The darkness of the Mississippi riverbank was instantly sliced into jagged fragments by the harsh, sweeping beams of 3 industrial-grade flashlights. Along with the light came a sound that would cause any seasoned traveler's boilerplate to drop 20 pounds of pressure. The heavy rhythmic thud of size 12 leather boots crunching down the gravel embankment, accompanied by the casual, menacing whistle of a wooden truncheon swinging through the damp night air. "All right, you worthless track walkers!" a voice roared from the top of the ravine. It was a voice that sounded as though it had been thoroughly seasoned by years of shouting over steam whistles and digesting raw gravel. "The Rock Island line ain't running a free hotel for shiftless transients tonight. Move it out, or I'll start writing my name across your skulls with this hickory stick." "That's Blackjack McGurk," Illinois Pete hissed, his weathered frame dissolving into the thick willow brush with the practiced agility of a swamp fox. "He don't negotiate, and he don't take excuses. If I were you, Iron Man, I'd turn off your headlights and start pretending to be a discarded piece of agricultural machinery." "An excellent tactical suggestion," I whispered back, my gears grinding in low vibrational protest. Regrettably, my vacuum tubes require a 3-minute cooling cycle before they cease their ambient illumination. At present, I am about as inconspicuous as a burning hayrick in a midnight meadow. Indeed, my central chest panel was still pulsing with a rich, rhythmic amber glow, casting long, dramatic shadows of the willow branches against the muddy riverbank. To a sadistic railroad detective searching for a target, I was a veritable lighthouse of vagrancy. "Over there!" one of McGurk's assistant guards shouted, his flashlight beam instantly locking onto my polished brass nosepiece. "What in the name of Jay Gould is that? Looks like some crazy grifter stole a bank vault and put legs on it." "Stand your ground, Sam," Ennie whispered, her voice entirely devoid of the terror that a sensible 19-year-old should possess when confronted by 3 armed Union busters. She was kneeling in the mud, her fingers furiously working the threads of a massive 5-inch iron coupling pin she had retrieved from her canvas tool bag. "I'm putting together a little pneumatic recalculation. Just buy me 30 seconds." "30 seconds?" I rumbled, my external pressure gauges fluttering wildly as I stepped forward to shield her from the advancing guards. "My dear girl, in 30 seconds, this gentleman intends to reduce my Victorian clockwork to a collection of highly polished scrap metal." Blackjack McGurk strode into the dying embers of the jungle fire, his massive silhouette dominating the camp. He was a broad-shouldered mountain of a man, his face permanently contorted into an expression of profound institutional malice. He stopped dead in his tracks when his flashlight beam washed over my full 6 feet of brass plating, iron joints, and the elegant hand-engraved filigree scrolling across my shoulders. "Well, now," McGurk sneered, a slow, terrifying grin spreading across his leathered face as he tapped his wooden club against his palm. "What kind of high society nonsense have we caught riding the rods tonight? You look like you belong in a museum exhibition, Tin Man. Let's see if that fancy brass head of yours rings like a church bell when I hit it." "I must strongly advise against that course of action, sir," I stated, drawing myself up to my full mechanical height and expanding my bellows to give my voice the authoritative resonance of a Shakespearean actor. "I am a registered autonomous entity under the laws of the 19th century, and my internal mechanism is protected by several highly restrictive patents. Any unauthorized impact upon my framework could result in a severe litigation process, not to mention a catastrophic discharge of pressurized steam directly into your waistcoat." McGurk blinked, his primitive intellect temporarily bogged down by the sheer velocity of my vocabulary, but the delay was only momentary. "Oh, a talker, are you? I don't care if you're the Emperor of Germany's mechanical butler. On this side of the river, I'm the law, the judge, and the undertaker." He raised the heavy hickory club, stepping forward with his weight planted for a swinging blow that would have undoubtedly shattered my primary ocular lenses. "Sam, drop your primary exhaust baffle now!" Ennie yelled from the darkness behind my left hip. I did not question her logic centers. To do so would invite structural ruin. I instantly released the internal locking pins on my secondary steam chamber. At the exact same microsecond, Ennie rammed her modified iron coupling pin directly into my main pressure relief valve, utilizing a rubber boot heel she had scavenged to create a temporary high compression seal. The result was a magnificent, terrifying acoustic anomaly. The trapped steam, forced through the narrow vibrating apertures of my internal copper reed pipes, did not emit a standard locomotive whistle. Instead, it produced a deafening, shrieking roar that modulated wildly between the pitch of a detonating boiler and the screech of 1,000 demonic panthers. The sheer volume of the sound hit the ravine like a physical blow. The 2 assistant guards let out simultaneous yelps of terror, dropping their flashlights into the mud and clapping their hands over their ears. Blackjack McGurk froze mid-swing, his eyes widening to the size of silver dollars as the terrifying sonic vibration rattled the teeth right in his jaw. But Ennie wasn't finished with her mechanical improvisation. While the guards were completely paralyzed by my acoustic assault, she reached around my chassis and pulled the secondary release lever. A massive, high-pressure cloud of dense, white, sulfur-scented exhaust steam shot forward from my chest vents, completely engulfing McGurk and his men in an impenetrable fog that smelled strongly of burning cabbage and scorched mineral oil. "I can't see!" one of the assistants screamed, stumbling backward into a thicket of blackberry briars. "The boiler's exploding! Run for the High Line!" "My eyes! It's got the scent of the devil!" McGurk roared, swinging his club blindly into the white mist, missing my left shoulder by a good 3 feet as he stumbled over an overturned tin wash basin. "Come on, Sam!" Ennie shouted, her hand grabbing my iron wrist with an iron grip of her own. The outbound manifest to the west just cleared the switch. If we run now, we can catch the tail-end caboose before McGurk finds his compass. "My joints are fully lubricated and ready for rapid locomotion," I rumbled, my vacuum tubes flashing a brilliant, triumphant green as we broke into a sprint through the swirling fog. We scrambled up the slippery clay bank of the ravine, leaving the shrieking, coughing railroad detectives to debate the theology of mechanical apparitions in the mist below. As we reached the top of the grade, the iron silhouette of a westbound freight train was chugging past, its pistons chuffing with a heavy, steady rhythm that promised a clean escape into the Iowa night. Ennie swung her tool bag into an open gravel car, and with a mighty coal-fired heave of my hydraulic pistons, I hoisted myself up onto the steel ladder beside her. As the lights of the Rock Island yard faded into the distant darkness, I looked down at the young lady, who was currently laughing with absolute, unadulterated delight while wiping another layer of grease onto her overalls. "You know, Ennie," I wheezed, adjusting my tarnished brass collar as the cool prairie wind rushed past my faceplate, "your methods are crude, your timing is reckless, and your disregard for municipal authority is deeply distressing to a gentleman of my upbringing. But I must admit, your engineering is undeniably effective." "Thanks, Sam," she beamed, leaning her head against my iron shoulder as the train carried us west. "I told you, everything is a blueprint if you just look at it right." Chapter 5, A Number 1. The state of Iowa, in the deep dark of a mid-depression night, is a vast rolling ocean of cornfields, shadow-drenched barns, and absolute stillness, punctuated only by the rhythmic, steel-on-steel clatter of our westbound freight train. By the time the first faint, pale amber streaks of dawn began to bleed across the eastern horizon, our gravel car had slowed to a groan as it entered the sprawling junction yards of Clinton. I sat with my back pressed against the rusted steel wall of the car, my internal furnace operating at a conservative simmer to conserve my remaining supply of premium anthracite. Ennie lay curled asleep on a bed of burlap sacks, her head resting on her canvas tool bag, her small face finally looking peaceful without its usual mask of mechanical calculation. Suddenly, the train let out a sharp, shuddering hiss of air brakes, the sudden deceleration causing my internal stabilizer gears to let out a brief, complaining screech. Ennie sat bolt upright in an instant, her hand instinctively reaching for her favorite adjustable crescent wrench before her eyes were even fully open. "Are we there?" She blinked, looking around the misty gray yard. Is it another bull? Calm your operational centers, my dear, I rumbled softly, modulating my vocal diaphragm to a low, soothing purr. We have merely arrived at a significant terrestrial intersection, though if my external visual senses do not deceive me, we are about to receive company. From the dense morning fog that clung to the water tower at the edge of the tracks, a lone figure stepped forward. He did not run with the panicked, desperate gait of the amateurs we had seen fleeing the yards in Chicago. This man moved with a smooth, deliberate, almost royal confidence. He wore a clean, well-pressed woolen suit that defied the dusty realities of the road, a crisp collared shirt, and a wide-brimmed hat tilted at an angle that suggested a gentleman out for a morning stroll rather than a fugitive from municipal vagrancy laws. He caught the iron ladder of our slowing car with a single, practiced movement of his arm, swinging himself over the steel lip of the wall with the effortless grace of an acrobat. He dusted off his trousers, turned around, and froze. For the space of 3 full seconds, the stranger stared at my 6-foot frame of polished brass filigree, heavy iron pistons, and the rhythmic, amber-glowing vacuum tubes pulsing behind my ribcage. He did not scream. He did not reach for a weapon. He merely reached into his vest pocket, pulled out a heavy silver pocket watch, checked the time, and then looked back up at me with a look of profound clinical amusement. "Well," the stranger said, his voice a rich, resonant baritone that sounded like it belonged in a New York lecture hall rather than a Clinton gravel car. "I have ridden the iron rails of this continent for over 30 years. I have shared boxcars with deposed European nobility, escaped circus performers, and a man who claimed to be the rightful king of Siam. But this is the very first time I have had the privilege of sharing my accommodations with a Victorian parlor clock that has achieved locomotion." "I am no mere timepiece, sir," I replied, drawing myself up and offering a dignified hydraulic bow. "I am Samuel Langhorne Vacuum Tube, a mechanical gentleman of letters and philosophical inquiry, and this is my brilliant young associate, Miss Ennie. We are currently conducting an independent sociological survey of the American interior." The man's eyes widened with a sudden, brilliant flash of recognition. He stepped forward, his face breaking into a wide, genuinely delighted smile as he tipped his hat toward Ennie. "A gentleman of letters? Splendid! Allow me to introduce myself," he said, bowing with an elegance that matched my own. "I am Leon Ray Livingston, but from the lumber camps of Maine to the fruit orchards of California, the Brotherhood of the Rail knows me simply as a No. 1. Ennie gasped, her jaw dropping so low I feared she might strain her facial hinges. "A number 1? The real A number 1? The king of the hobos? The man who wrote the books about the road?" "The very same, my dear young lady," Livingston smiled, settling himself onto an overturned wooden crate with the easy dignity of a monarch taking his throne. "Though I prefer the term the world's most famous traveler. Hobo is a fine word born of the hoboys who work the western fields, but I consider myself a professional wanderer, an author, and a chronicler of this magnificent tragic migration. I am well acquainted with your literary output within my historical database," I remarked, my vacuum tubes pulsing a respectful shade of warm gold. "Your treatises on the dangers of the road for American youth are written with a commendable moral clarity, even if your prose occasionally leans toward the overly dramatic." Livingston let out a hearty, booming laugh that echoed off the steel walls of the car. An automated literary critic. Magnificent. I shall have to tell my publisher that my next volume must pass inspection by a brass-plated intellectual. But tell me, how on earth do two such unusual specimens manage to survive the tender mercies of the railroad bulls? Oh, we have our methods. Ennie grinned, patting my iron knee. Sam makes a great space heater, and whenever the bulls get too close, we just recalculate their situational awareness with a little high-pressure steam improvisation. Livingston's expression turned serious, his sharp eyes scanning the horizon as the train began to clank forward once more, rolling out of the Clinton yards and onto the great bridge spanning the Mississippi River. "Improvisation is the soul of the road, Miss Ennie," Livingston said softly, pulling a small, beautifully carved wooden pocket-knife from his coat. "But the road is changing. The Depression has flooded the tracks with millions of desperate souls who do not know the old codes. They do not know the honor of the jungle, and they certainly do not know how to handle the dangerous machinery of these modern steel giants. If you are going to survive your journey to the West, you must master the ultimate art of the professional traveler, riding the rods." "Riding the rods?" Ennie asked, her eyes lighting up with technical curiosity. "I've heard the guys in the jungles talk about it, but I thought it was just a phrase." "It is a literal hazardous reality," Livingston explained, using the tip of his knife to trace a diagram in the fine layer of coal dust on the floor of the car. "Beneath the belly of every standard wooden and steel boxcar run the heavy iron truss rods, the structural spine that keeps the car from sagging under the weight of 30 tons of freight. To ride the rods, a man must slip beneath the car, climb onto those narrow bars of iron, and wedge his body into the tiny space between the floorboards and the spinning axles." Ennie leaned over the diagram, her mind clearly analyzing the mechanical dimensions of the problem. "But that's incredibly dangerous. If a man slips or if his strength fails, he falls directly under the steel wheels of the train." "Precisely," Livingston nodded gravely, "which is why a professional never simply holds on with his bare hands. We use a ticket, a short, sturdy wooden board with notches carved into the ends. We wedge the board across the parallel truss rods, creating a makeshift platform to lie upon. It is a place of deafening roar, blinding dust, and flying gravel. But to the man who knows the secret, it is the safest place on the train, completely invisible to any yard bull standing on the station platform." "A magnificent, terrifying piece of subterranean engineering," I observed, my internal logic centers processing the sheer hazard of the maneuver, though I must point out that my own physical configuration, possessing a significant lack of flexibility and a notable density of iron components, would make such an excursion an absolute mathematical impossibility. If I were to wedge myself beneath a boxcar, I fear I would spend the entire journey acting as an involuntary brake shoe." Livingston smiled, his eyes twinkling as he stood up and walked to the edge of the car, looking out at the vast Iowa prairie unfolding before us under the bright morning sun. "For you, my mechanical friend, we shall have to find other methods," the king of the hobos said, pocketing his knife. "But the lesson remains. On the rails, survival belongs not to the strongest, but to those who can see the hidden architecture of the machine and make it their home. Now, let us see if we can find a station where I can leave my signature for the local boys to find." For the rest of the morning, As the train highballed across the fertile plains of the Midwest, Leon Ray Livingston shared the deep secrets of his craft with Ennie, while I cataloged the rich, colorful history of a vanishing American empire. We had met the monarch of the rails, and our education was only just beginning. Chapter 6, Mechanical Misadventure, the pursuit of a proper cup of coffee in the year 1932, is a venture fraught with more peril, heartbreak, and structural disappointment than the building of the Panama Canal. To the average human traveler, the lack of morning caffeine results in a temporary clouding of the faculties and a general sourness of character. To myself, possessing an intricate array of delicate glass vacuum tubes that require a perfectly regulated internal thermal environment to maintain logical equilibrium, the lack of an aromatic stabilizing aroma from a nearby boiler can result in a most profound mechanical melancholy. We had been shunted onto a desolate siding somewhere in the vast undulating greenery of western Iowa, waiting for an eastbound cattle express to clear the high line. The sun had not yet seen fit to climb above the horizon, leaving the prairie wrapped in a cold, gray, bone-chilling mist that clung to my brass faceplate like a damp shroud. "Ennie," I wheezed, my vocal diaphragm emitting a sound not unlike a disgruntled blacksmith bellows trying to digest a bucket of loose gravel. If this prolonged stationary status continues much longer, I fear my lower hip pivots will achieve absolute oxidation. Furthermore, the utter absence of a hot beverage to cut through the smell of this low-grade industrial lubricant is causing a distinct drop in my primary logic centers. I am currently functioning on a level of intellectual output that would make a common steam shovel appear sophisticated. Ennie was sitting on a pile of weathered burlap sacks in the corner of our stolen boxcar, her chin resting in her grease-stained palms. At my complaint, her eyes instantly snapped open, flashing with that dangerous, brilliant illumination that invariably signals an impending defiance of the laws of conventional engineering. "Coffee!" she exclaimed, slapping her knee with an enthusiasm that I found deeply inappropriate for 4 o'clock in the morning. "You're absolutely right, Sam. Leon showed me where the boys keep the coffee grounds hidden in the water tower supports back at the junction, and I've got a whole tin pocket full of it. The problem is, we don't have a percolator." "A tragic deficit," I rumbled, venting a small, cynical puff of gray exhaust from my left shoulder joint. "Therefore, we must resign ourselves to our fate and contemplate the emptiness of existence until the conductor sees fit to give us a highball signal." "Resign ourselves? Not on your life!" Ennie scoffed, scrambling to her feet and diving headfirst into her canvas tool bag with the frantic energy of a terrier digging for a badger. "The boxcar floor is full of scrap from the last manifest. Just give me some light, Sam, and keep your boiler pressure steady." I let out a heavy, pneumatic sigh that caused my central brass plating to vibrate in a minor key. With a distinct lack of enthusiasm, I unlatched the small iron grate on my abdomen, allowing the white-hot, comforting glow of my anthracite-fired furnace to cast a brilliant beam of amber light across the floorboards. Within minutes, Ennie had assembled a collection of raw materials that would have made any sensible industrialist weep with terror. She had a 2-foot length of discarded iron water pipe, a dented tin lard bucket, the brass coil from an old oil lantern, and a handful of lead solder she had scavenged from a Chicago junkyard. "You see, Sam," she muttered around a mouthful of copper wire as she twisted the lantern coil into the iron pipe. A standard percolator is just a basic thermodynamic pump. The heat from your lower exhaust vent will create a low-pressure vacuum at the bottom of the tube, forcing the water up through the pipe where it can cascade over the grounds. It's simple fluid dynamics. Fluid dynamics is all well and good when conducted within the safe confines of a university laboratory, I observed, my vacuum tubes pulsing a cautious, defensive shade of orange. When executed by a 19-year-old optimist using an unstable iron pipe and a discarded lard tin wedged against my primary pressure valves, it resembles nothing so much as an attempt to construct an improvised mortar. "Don't be a wet blanket, Sam." "Hold this steady," she commanded, jamming the monstrous contraption directly into the secondary heat-venting aperture on my right hip. I braced my iron legs against the wooden floorboards as Ennie poured a quart of stagnant water from our canteen into the tin bucket, dumped the precious coffee grounds into a makeshift basket woven from copper screen wire, and secured the lid with a heavy iron bolt. "All right," she declared, stepping back and wiping her hands on her overalls. "Crack your right exhaust valve to about 30%. Let's see what this beauty can do." I carefully manipulated my internal levers, directing a stream of superheated, pressurized exhaust gases into the base of her contraption. For a moment, the results were sublimely encouraging. The water began to rumble. A glorious rhythmic glug, glug, glug echoed from the depths of the iron pipe, and the rich, intoxicating aroma of boiling coffee began to fill the damp boxcar. My logic circuits hummed in appreciation, my internal temperatures stabilizing as the ambient air warmed. "Success!" Ennie cheered, clapping her hands. "I told you it was just a matter of energy application." Regrettably, Ennie's calculations had failed to account for the high sulfur content of the low-grade Iowa coal currently burning in my grate. As the water reached a rolling boil, the chemical residue from my exhaust mixed with the steam, creating a highly corrosive compound that instantly attacked the ancient lead solder holding her makeshift valve together. Pop! The sound was small, but the mechanical consequences were catastrophic. The internal pressure tube of her percolator instantly ruptured, blocking the water's ascent and converting the entire length of the iron pipe into a high-pressure steam reservoir. Before I could manipulate my levers to shut down the valve, the lid of the lard bucket blew skyward with a resounding bang, followed instantly by a spectacular violent eruption of superheated, black coffee-scented steam. Because the pipe was wedged into my hip joint at a precise 45-degree angle, the pressurized jet of white vapor did not merely fill the boxcar. Instead, it shot out of the open sliding door like a localized volcanic eruption, whistling through the cold morning mist with a deafening high-pitched shrike that sounded exactly like a locomotive suffering an emergency brake line rupture. To make matters infinitely worse, the brilliant white-hot glare from my exposed furnace reflected through the dense cloud of coffee steam, creating a magnificent, strobe-like visual anomaly that illuminated the entire siding in a series of violent, rhythmic, crimson flashes. From down the track, a frantic shouts echoed through the fog. Screech, clack, clack, clack! The thunderous, bone-shaking roar of grinding iron brake shoes tore through the quiet morning. The eastbound cattle express, which had been approaching the high line switch at 40 miles an hour, was currently throwing up a massive shower of brilliant sparks as its engineer desperately threw the train into an emergency stop. "Great Scott," I whispered, my vacuum tubes flaring a guilty, erratic shade of crimson as the massive locomotive ground to a halt a mere 50 feet from our boxcar, its boiler panting like an exhausted monster. "Ennie, I believe your thermodynamic pump has just committed an international railway incident." From the cab of the halted locomotive, a red-faced engineer carrying a heavy iron wrench leaped down into the gravel, shouting into the mist. "Who threw that red flare? Where's the wreck? What's happened to the High Line?" Ennie slowly peeked over the edge of the boxcar door, her face completely splattered with black coffee grounds, her hair standing on end from the static electricity of the steam blast. She looked at the giant halted train, then down at the ruined, twisted iron pipe at her feet, and finally up at my brass faceplate. "Well," she whispered, her unstoppable optimism somehow managing to survive the catastrophe, "the bad news is we don't have any coffee left, but the good news is my thermodynamic vacuum calculations were absolutely flawless." "A comfort, no doubt," I rumbled, sliding the boxcar door shut with a slow, cautious, mechanical movement as the furious station crew began to search the tracks with their lanterns. "Kindly remind me in the future, my dear, that when I require stimulation, a simple book of philosophy will suffice." Chapter 7. The Dust Bowl Blues. To a creature composed primarily of organic matter, a dust bowl squall in the western reaches of the Great Plains is an affliction of the lungs and a trial of the spirit. To an automaton forged from 250 pounds of precision Victorian brass, interconnected clockwork gears, and a highly sensitive grid of glass vacuum tubes, it is a localized mechanical apocalypse. Our eastbound cattle express had long since departed, leaving us to secure passage on a slow-moving, westbound gondola car loaded with gravel. As we rattled out of the fertile cornfields of Iowa and plunged into the parched, sun-baked expanses of the high plains, the horizon underwent a terrifying transformation. The sky did not darken with the honest, rain-bearing clouds of a typical Midwestern thunderstorm. Instead, a monstrous wall of solid, undulating black and copper-colored earth rose from the prairie, towering thousands of feet into the atmosphere like a mountain range that had suddenly decided to march. "Ennie," I rumbled, my vocal diaphragm emitting a sharp metallic cough as the first powdery vanguard of the storm filtered into my intake vents. "My barometric sensors are indicating a drop in atmospheric pressure that defies all known meteorological tables. Furthermore, my optical lenses are detecting a mass of airborne topsoil of sufficient density to bury a small municipal town. I must strongly advise that we seek immediate shelter within an enclosed structure, lest we spend the remainder of our natural lives acting as a subterranean geological deposit." Ennie was standing near the front of the steel gondola car, her hand shielding her eyes as she stared at the advancing darkness. For the first time since our departure from the Chicago yards, her round face bore an expression that approached genuine concern. "There aren't any towns for another 40 miles, Sam," she shouted back over the rising, unnatural howl of the wind. "And this is an open gondola. If that dirt hits us at full speed, it'll scour the skin right off a person's face. We can't jump off. The train is highballing at 30 miles an hour down a steep grade. Within minutes, the afternoon sun was completely obliterated, plunged into a terrifying midday midnight. The wind shrieked through the steel ribs of our car with a sound resembling 1,000 circular saws hitting hard oak. Along with the wind came the dust, not a loose flurry of dirt, but a thick, choking, suffocating torrent of fine silt that carried the distinct static charge of a friction-scorched prairie. It invaded every crevice, filled the mouth with a dry, bitter taste of ruin, and began to clog the delicate ventilation slots on my chest panel. "Sam!" Ennie gasped, her voice suddenly muffled and tight. She had tied her denim bandana across her nose and mouth, but the sheer volume of the dust was making it impossible for her to draw breath. She collapsed into a corner of the steel car, curling her small frame into a tight ball, her fingers clutching her canvas tool bag as the brutal wind tried to rip her overalls right from her shoulders. My internal logic circuits flared a warning shade of erratic orange. If the dust managed to penetrate the main housing of my central transformer, the fine particles would act as an insulating blanket, causing my vacuum tubes to overheat and melt into a useless puddle of German glass and copper wire. Survival dictated that I damp down my firebox, seal my vents, and enter a state of mechanical hibernation until the storm passed. However, as I looked down at the young lady shivering in the corner, her shoulders shaking as she fought to keep the suffocating dust from filling her lungs, my programming encountered a profound, non-negotiable override. A gentleman of letters does not allow his companion to be scoured by the elements while he sits in insulated safety. "Ennie!" I bellowed, modulating my vocal diaphragm to its maximum operatic resonance to cut through the shrieking gale. "Reposition your chassis immediately. You are to utilize my physical framework as a localized aerodynamic barrier." With a series of heavy hydraulic groans, I hoisted my iron frame from the gravel floor, my joints protesting as the fine silt ground into my grease-sealed pivots. I moved to the forward corner of the gondola car, planting my heavy brass feet firmly against the steel plating, and spread my arms wide, effectively transforming myself into a 6-foot solid metal windbreak. "Get behind me!" I commanded. Ennie did not argue. She scrambled through the swirling, blinding darkness, wedging herself into the tiny, triangular pocket of calm air between my heavy back plating and the steel corner of the train car. I pulled my arms back, anchoring my iron fingers into the rivets of the gondola walls, creating a rigid, protective cage of brass and steel around her. The full fury of the dust bowl hit my forward plating with the force of a continuous shotgun blast. The fine sand hissed against my polished chest, stripping away the decades of protective lacquer and revealing the raw, brilliant bronze beneath in a shower of microscopic sparks. Static electricity, generated by the billions of spinning particles, began to dance across my cranial filigree in a terrifying web of blue and green sparks. "My tubes," I muttered to myself, my internal sensors reporting a rapid, dangerous rise in my core temperature. "The exhaust ports are completely obstructed. I am currently functioning as a closed-circuit pressure cooker." "Sam!" Ennie's voice drifted up from beneath my shoulder blades, her breathing finally slowing now that she was shielded from the direct force of the blast. "Your back plates are burning hot. You're overheating. You have to vent the pressure, or your main grid is going to blow." "If I vent the pressure, my dear girl," I wheezed, my voice cracking as the internal heat distorted my acoustic reed pipes. The exhaust will blow a hole through the dust layer, allowing the silt to enter my primary furnace. The resulting combustion would turn my internal workings into a highly unstable brick of clinker. We must endure. For 2 agonizing hours, the train rolled through the heart of the black blizzard. I stood like a brass monument on a battlefield, my vacuum tubes pulsing a frantic, blinding crimson through the glass windows of my rib cage, my gears expanding from the immense thermal buildup until every movement was an exercise in pure mechanical agony. Yet I did not shift an inch. I remained perfectly rigid, an island of Victorian iron in a sea of American dust, keeping the suffocating modern wilderness from claiming the life of the most brilliant, insufferably optimistic young mechanic the century had ever produced. Slowly, imperceptibly, the shrieking of the wind began to drop from a demonic scream to a low, sullen growl. The thick, opaque wall of copper dirt began to thin, revealing the faint, ghostly outline of the passing prairie through a haze of settling amber mist. The sun, looking like a pale silver coin, peeked tentatively through the gloom. My internal locking pins finally gave way, and I collapsed backward onto the gravel floor with a thunderous clang that rattled every loose bolt in the car. Ennie instantly tumbled out from her hiding spot. She was covered from head to toe in a fine layer of gray silt, looking like a terracotta statue that had suddenly achieved life. But her eyes were bright, clear, and filled with a profound, quiet emotion. She didn't say a word. She immediately dove into her canvas bag, pulled out her oil can and a clean rag, and began to furiously clear the suffocating dust from my primary intake valves. 30 seconds, she whispered, her voice shaking slightly as she scraped a thick layer of baked clay from my ventilation grates. Just give me 30 seconds, Sam. With a sudden, violent gasp of pneumatic pressure, my primary exhaust valve cleared, shooting a dual plume of black soot and trapped heat high into the evening air. My vacuum tubes flickered, settled, and returned to their beautiful, steady, cynical B-flat hum. I slowly tilted my ocular sensor upward, looking at the young lady who was currently scrubbing my brass nosepiece with an enthusiasm that borders on the fanatical. "Well, Miss Ennie," I wheezed, my voice returning to its familiar gravel-gargling resonance, "I believe I have discovered a new and thoroughly unpleasant method of soil redistribution. If my designer had intended for me to be a farming implement, I am certain he would have equipped me with a plowshare rather than a library." Ennie let out a ragged, dust-choked laugh, wiping a tear through the mud on her cheek. "You did great, Sam. You were the best windbreak in the whole state of Nebraska." "Nebraska?" I rumbled, my historical indexers checking the terrain. "A magnificent country, my dear, though I should prefer it infinitely more if it remained on the ground rather than in my gears." Chapter 8. The Ghost of the Tracks. There exists within the collective soot-encrusted imagination of the American railroad community a profound and enduring appetite for the supernatural. A human traveler, having spent 3 days digesting nothing but cold navy beans and inhaling the toxic exhaust of a Baldwin locomotive, will readily look out into the midnight mist of a desolate siding and transform a perfectly ordinary glowing switch lantern into a terrifying specter of doom. I, possessing a highly structured cognitive framework composed of 500 interconnected gears and a meticulously balanced grid of glass vacuum tubes, do not harbor such superstitious vulnerabilities. To my intellect, a ghost is merely an acoustic or optical calculation that has been poorly analyzed by the observer. We had been dropped by our gravel train onto an abandoned timber siding somewhere in the dense, pine-choked wilderness of northern Missouri. The night air was heavy, damp, and thick with a low-hanging river fog that clung to my brass faceplate like a cold flannel shroud. "Ennie!" I wheezed, my vocal diaphragm emitting a sound resembling a rusted clockwork crane trying to lift a bucket of wet scrap iron. If we are forced to remain stationary in this moisture-laden wilderness for another hour, I fear the structural integrity of my lower piston sleeves will be thoroughly compromised by rust. Furthermore, the utter silence of this forest is producing a most unwelcome harmonic resonance within my primary audio receptors. Ennie was sitting on an overturned dynamite crate, her small hands methodically cleaning the threads of a 3-inch brass pressure nut with a scrap of oil-soaked canvas. At my complaint, she looked up, her face partially illuminated by the steady, comfortable orange glow pulsing from behind my rib cage. "Oh, don't be so gloomy, Sam," she said, her voice carrying that irrepressible, blinding optimism that I frequently found more disruptive than a boiler leak. Illinois Pete told me about this section of the line before we left the junction. The guys in the Rock Island jungles call it the Haunted High Line. They swear that every Tuesday at midnight, the ghost of old number 44, a train that went off a trestle back in the panic of '93, comes roaring down these tracks without making a single sound. A narrative which defies every established law of thermodynamics, mechanics, and common sense, I rumbled, venting a small, cynical puff of gray steam from my left shoulder pivot. A locomotive cannot achieve momentum without the combustion of fuel, the expansion of water vapor, and the subsequent mechanical friction of steel wheels upon steel rails. Friction, by its very definition, produces acoustic vibration. A silent locomotive is a physical impossibility akin to a polite railroad detective or a palatable tin of camp stew. That's exactly what makes it a mystery, Ennie cheered, standing up and tucking her wrench into her denim overalls. And look down the grade, Sam. Your optical sensors are working at full capacity, right? Tell me what you make of that. I tilted my primary cranial casing toward the dark, curving line of the tracks where they disappeared into a deep limestone cut about a quarter-mile ahead. My internal diagnostic sensors instantly began to process the environmental data. The ambient temperature was 42 degrees Fahrenheit. The humidity was 88%. The wind was negligible. Then, without a single sound to herald its approach, a spectacular visual anomaly materialized from the mouth of the limestone cut. It was the unmistakable silhouette of a massive 19th century steam locomotive, its iron cowcatcher clearing the rails by mere inches, its tall smokestack venting a massive billowing cloud of shimmering ethereal white smoke. The entire apparition glowed with a pale, sickly, greenish-blue luminescence that cast no shadows upon the surrounding pine trees. It glided down the tracks toward our siding with an eerie, terrifying velocity. Yet the gravel beneath the ties did not shake, the rails did not sing, and my acoustic receptors detected nothing but the soft, rhythmic hum of my own internal vacuum tubes. "Great Scott," I whispered, my logic circuits experiencing a temporary high-voltage calculation loop that caused my chest panel to flash an erratic shade of crimson. According to my primary visual lenses, we are about to be thoroughly pulverized by 30 tons of supernatural iron. According to my acoustic sensors, we are currently sitting in an empty parlor. "It's beautiful!" Ennie gasped, stepping toward the edge of the siding with wide, rapturous eyes. "But look at the smoke, Sam. It isn't rising properly. The eddies are repeating every 3 seconds." Her observation instantly cleared the diagnostic block in my processing unit. I narrowed my optical shutters, shifting my visual focus from the grand silhouette to the base of the phenomenon. "An acute observation, my dear," I rumbled, my gears clicking back into a confident, cynical rhythm. "Furthermore, my thermal sensors indicate absolutely no heat signature emanating from that boilerplate. A locomotive operating at full steam pressure that does not radiate infrared energy is not a ghost. It is a deception." I swung my heavy iron arm, pointing toward a massive ancient oak tree that stood on a high clay bluff overlooking the limestone cut. "Ennie, notice the subtle refraction of light passing through the fog beneath that oak branch. If I am not mistaken, someone is currently utilizing a highly sophisticated arrangement of silvered glass mirrors and a dual-lens magic lantern projection system to exploit the credulity of the local traveler." "A magic lantern!" Ennie laughed, her technical curiosity instantly overriding any lingering sense of awe. "Come on, Sam. Let's go check out the engineering behind this phantom." We scrambled down the embankment, my heavy brass feet thudding into the clay with a solid, thoroughly unsupernatural weight that formed a stark contrast to the silent green locomotive still gliding along the rails beside us. We climbed the steep slope of the bluff, pushing through a thicket of hazel brush until we reached the hidden hollow beneath the great oak. There, sitting on a folding camp stool behind a brass-bound, oil-burning projection apparatus of theatrical quality, was a slender gentleman wearing a velvet smoking jacket that had seen better decades. He was meticulously rotating a hand-cranked glass cylinder covered in painted green tinting, while a smoking kerosene lamp inside the projector cast the brilliant miniature image of old number 44 through a series of magnifying lenses directly into the heavy river fog below. Beside him lay a large leather hat, filled to the brim with copper pennies, silver dimes, and crumpled $1 bills. "Good evening, Professor," I said, stepping into the lantern light and offering a stiff, hydraulic bow that caused my knee joints to let out a sharp, metallic clack. "I must commend the exceptional focal alignment of your objective lenses. The atmospheric refraction you have achieved using the river mist as a projection screen is quite remarkable, though your smoke eddy loop possesses a regularity that would instantly trouble any trained mechanician." The gentleman let out a sharp yelp of terror, dropping his hand crank and tumbling backward off his camp stool into a pile of dry leaves. He stared up at my 6-foot frame of brass filigree, glowing vacuum tubes, and iron clockwork, his face turning a shade of pale white that rivaled his own phantom locomotive. "Merciful heavens!" the grifter gasped, clutching his waistcoat. "The ghost of the tracks has sent a clockwork demon to collect my soul." "Not a demon, sir." Ennie smiled, stepping forward and immediately inspecting the brass gears of his projection apparatus with an expert eye. "Just an autonomous gentleman and his mechanic. I'm Ennie, and this is Sam, and I have to say, your use of a dual-lens system to create the illusion of forward momentum through a shifting focal length is absolutely brilliant. The grifter blinker, his professional instincts as a confidence man, slowly overcoming his paralyzing terror. He sat up, dusting off his velvet jacket, and looked at us with a mixture of profound relief and artistic pride. "A pair of connoisseurs," the man declared, his voice instantly adopting the smooth, theatrical cadence of a traveling showman. "I am Professor Augustus Montgomery, late of the St. Louis Grand Lyceum. You have uncovered my modest enterprise. With the factories closed and the theaters dark, a man of science must utilize his talents to secure a livelihood from the superstitious masses who frequent these independent high lines. By terrifying them into leaving offerings at the crossroads to appease the spirits?" I asked, my voice laced with a dry, Twain-esque irony. "I prefer to think of it as an entertainment tax for the migratory population," Montgomery grinned, standing up and retrieving his hatful of coins. "They receive a magnificent spine-chilling spectacle to discuss around their jungle campfires, and I receive the necessary capital to purchase flour and bacon. It is a harmonious economic ecosystem." Before I could offer a stern Victorian lecture on the ethical boundaries of practical optical physics, a low, sharp whistle echoed from the main line below. It was not the silent phantom of Montgomery's lantern, but the heavy, bone-shaking rumble of a real ironclad freight train rolling out of the Northern Division. "The Midnight Manifest!" Ennie shouted, her canvas tool bag clanking against her hip. "Sam, that's our ride out of Missouri." "Regrettably, Professor Montgomery, our transit schedule dictates an immediate departure," I said, offering a final nod to the showman. "Keep your lenses clean, sir, but do consider introducing a randomized element into your smoke projections. It will greatly enhance the longevity of your illusion." We sprinted down the clay bluff, leaving the bewildered professor to adjust his mirrors in the dark. As the heavy steel boxcars of the Manifest rattled past the siding, Ennie caught the iron ladder of a passing car with her usual reckless grace. With a mighty, anthracite-fueled heave of my hydraulic pistons, I swung myself up beside her, my glowing tubes reflecting off the wet steel as we left the ghosts of the tracks far behind in the mist. Chapter 9. The Bulldog Chase. There is a distinct branch of human engineering dedicated entirely to the production of manual physical labor under conditions of maximum emotional duress. The premier monument to this philosophy is a standard railway handcar, a flat wooden platform on 4 cast-iron wheels, propelled by a seesawing wooden pump handle that requires 2 grown men to work until their lungs are thoroughly cured with friction heat and their spines are permanently curved like barrel staves. To a machine possessing an elegant internal framework of interlocking clockwork gears and a perfectly calibrated grid of glass vacuum tubes, the manual handcar is a primitive insult. Yet, through a sequence of logistical disasters that would have caused any sensible philosopher to dismantle his own furnace, I found myself standing upon just such a wooden platform, pumping the handle with my heavy iron arms at a velocity that threatened to turn my main piston sleeves into a collection of glowing white-hot embers. We were flying down a abandoned logging branch line in the rugged limestone hills of southern Missouri, our wheels screaming against the rusted iron rails with a high-pitched metallic shriek that echoed off the pine trees like a localized artillery bombardment. "Ennie!" I bellowed, modulating my vocal diaphragm to its maximum operatic resonance to cut through the deafening roar of our flight. My internal RPM sensors are indicating that we are currently exceeding the maximum structural velocity recommended for this wooden chassis by approximately 300%. Furthermore, my thermal indicators report that my primary vacuum tubes are pulsing a shade of erratic orange that usually precedes an absolute logical meltdown. Ennie was kneeling near the front of the rushing platform, her hair streaming wildly behind her like a dark pennant, her small hands furiously wrapping a thick length of copper telephone wire around a discarded locomotive pressure gauge. At my protest, she looked back with a look of pure, unadulterated delight that I found deeply terrifying. "Keep pumping, Sam!" she shouted, her voice bright with that relentless, blinding optimism that has caused me more wear and tear than 50 tons of industrial topsoil. "We're making incredible time. If my calculations are right, we're clearing 35 miles an hour on the downgrade." "A monumental triumph," I wheezed, my chest panel venting a massive, defensive cloud of sulphurous gray steam from my lower hip pivots. "We shall surely be the talk of the scientific community once our fragmented components are retrieved from the bottom of the ravine. And kindly cast your optical senses backward, my dear, if you wish to see the immediate cause of my high-frequency anxieties." A quarter-mile behind us on the straight grade, the high-pitched, menacing roar of an industrial gasoline motor car tore through the quiet afternoon air. It was a bulldog, a specialized, steel-reinforced railway inspection car designed for the rapid transport of railroad detectives. Sitting upon the forward bench of the pursuing vehicle, his massive silhouette dominating the tracks, was our old acquaintance from the Rock Island district, Blackjack McGurk. His leathered face was permanently locked into an expression of institutional malice, and his right hand was currently brandishing a heavy iron coupling pin with the casual familiarity of a man who intended to use it to reshape my cranial casing. "They're gaining on us, Sam," Ennie reported, checking the distance with a practiced eye. "Their gas motor has twice our horsepower on the straightaways. At this rate, they'll catch us before we hit the main line junction at the river." "Then we are thoroughly compromised," I rumbled, my gears grinding in low vibrational protest as I threw my entire 250 pounds of brass and iron into another furious downward stroke of the handle. "My coal hopper is nearly depleted of premium anthracite, my water reservoir is approaching a critical vacuum state, and my physical framework is simply not designed to outrun an internal combustion engine using nothing but Victorian muscle and a seesaw." "Then we don't use muscle, Sam. We use thermodynamics," Ennie cried, scrambling backward toward my chassis with her canvas tool bag trailing behind her. "Remember that high-pressure steam line we used back in the yards? The one with the emergency relief vent on your right hip?" "I remember it with profound psychological distress," I muttered, my vacuum tubes flaring a cautious shade of crimson. "It was the precise mechanism that turned your makeshift coffee percolator into a localized volcanic eruption." "It's a perfect booster," she yelled, completely ignoring my historical warnings. She slammed the copper lantern coil she had salvaged directly into my primary exhaust port, securing the fitting with a heavy iron C-clamp and running the other end of the pipe down into the central axle housing of the hand car's forward wheels. "If we inject superheated, high-pressure steam Directly against the internal gear teeth of the main driving axle, we can create an auxiliary pneumatic turbine effect. It'll act like a rocket booster. An auxiliary turbine? Using an unstable, unshrouded copper pipe wedged against a rotating iron shaft? I asked, my logic circuits experiencing a temporary high-voltage calculation loop. Miss Ennie, that is not an engineering modification. That is an invitation to an absolute mechanical dismemberment. Hold your breath, Sam. Crack the main valve to 80% now. I did not have the computational cycles to argue. Blackjack McGurk's motorcar was now close enough that I could detect the smell of his unrefined petroleum exhaust mixed with the scent of his cheap tobacco. I reached down with my left lever, releasing the internal locking pins on my primary compression chamber and directing a torrent of superheated, high-pressure steam into her improvised turbine system. The result was a spectacular, terrifying defiance of every established law of public transit. The steam hit the rotating axle with a deafening, high-pitched shriek that sounded like a steam whistle suffering a nervous breakdown. A massive, billowing cloud of white vapor shot out from beneath the wooden platform, completely obscuring our wheels in a spinning fog of condensed moisture and flying grease. For a fraction of a second, the handcar shuddered, its iron wheels lifting off the rails by a terrifying fraction of an inch as the sudden, violent application of pneumatic energy fought against the inertia of our weight. Then, with a resounding clack, 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 the handcar launched forward with an acceleration that sent Ennie tumbling backward onto the burlap sacks. "Great day in the morning!" McGurk's voice echoed from behind us, his roar of triumph instantly turning into a yelp of pure, unadulterated bewilderment as our wooden platform suddenly opened a gap of 50 yards in the space of 3 seconds. We were no longer merely rolling down the logging line. We were flying. The seesaw handle was moving at such a terrifying velocity that it became a mere blur of brown wood, forcing me to release my grip lest my iron fingers be sheared cleanly from my wrists. The auxiliary steam turbine roared, my vacuum tubes pulsed a blinding, magnificent shade of golden orange, and the passing pine trees dissolved into a solid wall of green blur. The handcar hit a rough switch point at the entrance to the main line junction, the impact sending a violent, shuddering vibration through the soles of my brass feet that rattled every loose tooth in my gears. We shot out onto the High Line Bridge, spanning the wide, muddy brown expanse of the Missouri River, leaving Blackjack McGurk and his steel bulldog completely stalled at the junction signal, his gasoline motor coughing a final pathetic cloud of blue smoke as he stared at our disappearing white vapor trail. Ennie slowly raised her head from the floorboards, her face completely splattered with the fresh layer of axle grease and condensed steam, her eyes wide and glowing with absolute triumph. She looked down at the copper pipe, which was currently melting into a useless twisted ribbon of red metal from the immense thermal friction, and then up at my brass faceplate. "I told you, Sam," she beamed, shaking the static electricity from her overalls. "Fluid dynamics never lies. We completely recalculated their pursuit curve." "A comfort, no doubt," I wheezed, sliding my primary exhaust lever back into its locking slot with a slow, cautious, mechanical movement as our handcar slowly began to lose momentum on the far side of the river. "Kindly remind me in the future, my dear, that if we must engage in high-speed transport, I should vastly prefer to do so inside a vehicle that possesses a roof, a seat, and at least some minor documentation from a patent office. Chapter 10. The Midwest Melodrama. The accumulation of heavy, unvarnished Midwestern topsoil upon the structural joints of a gentleman of letters is an affliction for which the history of philosophy offers no comforting precedents. A human traveler, when confronted by a quagmire of thick, clay-heavy mud beside a railway embankment, may extricate his boots with a modest expenditure of physical energy and a select handful of monosyllabic oaths. An automaton constructed of 250 pounds of cold-rolled iron and heavy brass plating, however, does not merely step into a mud hole. He enters into a permanent gravitational negotiation with the very core of the planet. Our triumphant flight on the manual handcar had come to an abrupt, unceremonious conclusion just outside the switching limits of Jefferson City. A rusted spike on an abandoned siding had given way beneath our forward wheel, sending our wooden platform into a sudden, violent spin that launched me through the air with the velocity and aerodynamic grace of a fly-in anvil. I had landed headfirst into the base of a steep, waterlogged clay embankment, my upper cranial casing buried 6 inches deep in a thoroughly hostile mixture of river silt and decomposing prairie grass. My lower limbs were twisted at an angle that my internal strain gauges reported as highly irregular, and my main piston sleeves were completely packed with a dense gray paste that possessed the adhesive qualities of commercial cement. "Ennie," I muffled, my vocal diaphragm emitting a low, hollow resonance through the subterranean darkness that sounded like a disgruntled bullfrog shouting from the bottom of an iron kettle. "Kindly consult my primary blueprint layout to determine if my designer equipped me with a reverse excavation lever. If he did not, I must request that you notify the local historical society that they may begin construction on a commemorative plaque over my exposed lower chassis." From the world above the mud line, the sharp, energetic clank of a heavy crescent wrench hitting a steel rail signaled that my companion had survived the derailment entirely unaffected in her spirits. "Hold on, Sam!" Her voice drifted down, carrying that relentless, blinding optimism that I frequently found more exhausting than a primary boiler leak. "Your vacuum tubes are still humming in B-flat, so your main logic grid is completely intact. Your intake valves are clear of the waterline, too. You're just suffering from a temporary excess of friction and mass." "A temporary excess?" I rumbled back, venting a small, frustrated bubble of sulphurous exhaust steam that caused the mud around my ears to pop with a wet, cynical plop. "My dear girl, I am currently acting as an involuntary retaining wall for the Missouri Pacific Railroad. According to my internal calculations, the sheer atmospheric pressure of this clay is threatening to implode my secondary vacuum grid within 20 minutes. If you intend to execute a rescue protocol, I suggest you do so with something more sophisticated than a hairpin and a cheerful disposition." "A hairpin won't cut it this time, Sam," Ennie muttered, her boots squelching through the mire as she walked a slow, analytical circle around my protruding legs. "The suction of this river clay is immense. If we just try to pull you out by your ankles with a common block and tackle, the resistance will shear your hip pivots right out of their brass sockets. We need to break the pneumatic seal at your head first, then construct a compound mechanical advantage." What followed was a display of field engineering that would have caused the faculty of any prestigious polytechnic institute to collectively reach for their digital ledgers in sheer bewilderment. Ennie did not possess a steam crane, a team of draft horses, or a municipal road crew. She possessed only her canvas tool bag, a 70-foot length of salvaged hemp rope, and a mind that viewed the entire universe as an interconnected sequence of levers and pulleys. First, she utilized a long, rusted iron coupling pin as a primitive spade, digging a narrow trench beside my ears to allow the ambient atmospheric air to penetrate the vacuum pocket beneath my nosepiece. The relief was instantaneous. My pressure gauges dropped 5 pounds, and my optical sensors flickered back to life, revealing a subterranean view of earthworms and beetle larvae that I found thoroughly uninstructive. "Step 1 complete," she declared, wiping a smear of gray clay across her forehead. "Now, for the levers. Sam, look at that big oak tree at the top of the embankment. What do you think of its root resistance?" "The Quercus alba," I wheezed, my historical indexers checking the botanical data. "A magnificent specimen, possessing a lateral root system capable of withstanding a 50-mile-an-hour gale. It is an excellent anchor point, assuming your rope possesses a tensile strength that defies the current economic depression." "The rope is double-braid linen core," Ennie said, scrambling up the steep mud bank with the agility of a mountain goat. "I found it in the tool shed at the river junction. Now keep your furnace simmering at 20%, Sam. I need your boiler heat to keep the internal grease in your leg joints from setting like stone." From my stationary vantage point in the mire, I watched through my narrowed optical shutters as the young lady transformed the oak tree into a sophisticated mechanical theater. She didn't just tie the rope around a branch, she constructed a makeshift triple-sheave block system using 3 discarded iron wheel hubs she had retrieved from our shattered handcar, threading the hemp line through the central axle holes with the precision of a loom operator. She ran the lead line down the embankment, wrapping it 3 times around my heavy iron boots, then carried the terminal end over a high boulder to create a final vertical vector of force. "All right, Sam," she shouted from the top of the grade, her small hands gripping the final length of rope. "The mechanical advantage on this system is 6-to-1. That means for every pound of pull I apply up here, your boots are going to feel 6 pounds of lift. But I need you to contribute your own torque. When I give the signal, I want you to cycle your lower piston levers to full reverse." "If I cycle my levers to full reverse while my pistons are packed with this alluvial silt, Ennie," I warned, my vacuum tubes flaring a cautious shade of orange, "the resulting internal friction could strip the teeth right off my main driving gears. It would be an absolute structural tragedy." "They won't strip, Sam. I cleared the primary exhaust vents, and I just dumped a half pint of locomotive oil down your leg housings. Trust the blueprint." I let out a heavy pneumatic sigh that caused a 2-foot section of the mud bank to slide into the ditch. "Very well, my dear. If I am to be reduced to a collection of highly polished gears at the bottom of a Missouri ditch, I suppose I should prefer to do so under your direction rather than that of a yard bull. 3, 2, 1, pull." Ennie threw her entire weight against the linen core rope, her boots digging into the oak roots as she strained against the mass of my iron frame. At the exact same microsecond, I threw my internal reversing levers into their maximum notch. The response within my chassis was a violent groaning symphony of physics. The anthracite fire in my furnace flared a brilliant white-hot, my steam valves shrieking in protest as superheated vapor slammed into the clogged cylinders. For a terrifying 2 seconds, nothing moved. The rope groaned, the iron wheel hubs shrieked against their makeshift wooden axles, and my vacuum tubes flashed a blinding, frantic shade of crimson. Then, with a spectacular, wet, deafening thoop, the suction of the clay embankment completely gave way. The compound pulley system launched me upward and backward out of the hole like a cork being expelled from a bottle of cheap champagne. I tumbled through the air, my iron limbs spinning in an involuntary display of mechanical acrobatics, before landing flat on my back upon the solid, dry gravel of the rail line with a thunderous crash that caused the signal lanterns at the nearby junction to rattle on their iron posts. I lay perfectly still for a minute, my internal stabilizer gears letting out a long, low, complaining whine as they gradually returned to their proper alignment. Ennie came sliding down the mud bank on her pockets, landing beside my shoulder with her face completely splattered with gray clay, her eyes wide with absolute, unadulterated triumph. "You're out!" she cheered, throwing her arms around my muddy brass neck joint. "I told you, Sam, 6-to-1 advantage. The math never lies." I slowly hoisted myself into a sitting position, my joints letting out a series of rhythmic, metallic clicks as the fresh locomotive oil worked its way through the grit. I looked down at my chest panel, which was currently covered in enough Missouri topsoil to support a modest crop of winter wheat, and then up at the young lady who was already reaching for her cleaning rag. "A magnificent demonstration of classical mechanics, Miss Ennie," I rumbled, my voice returning to its familiar, gravel-gargling, Twain-esque resonance. "Though I must request that for our next logistical excursion we select a terrain that is composed primarily of solid slate or well-swept parlor carpets. I am a gentleman of letters, my dear, and I find that acting as a geological specimen is deeply injurious to my literary dignity." "Deal," she laughed, wiping a thick layer of mud from my primary optical lenses. "Now let's get you scraped down. The evening manifest to Kansas City is due at the switch in 20 minutes, and I don't think the conductor takes passengers who look like an overturned river dredge." Chapter 11. The Hard Luck King. The collection of human detritus that populates the standard railroad switching yard during an economic contraction is typically characterized by a certain uniformity of distress. One encounters displaced assembly line mechanics from Detroit, former bank clerks whose ledgers have dissolved into thin air, and agricultural laborers whose fields have taken flight toward the Atlantic coast. Each possesses a narrative that is remarkably linear, predictable, and thoroughly compliant with the laws of modern industrial collapse. I, possessing an intricate array of interconnected brass gears and a meticulously balanced grid of glass vacuum tubes, find comfort in predictability. A logic circuit thrives on the definitive relationship between cause and effect. If a factory closes its iron gates, the worker takes to the rails. This is an equation that my central processing unit can digest without a single high-frequency shudder. Regrettably, the universe does not always conduct its affairs with the tidy precision of a patent application. We had secured a relatively dry accommodation inside an empty, ventilated fruit car parked on a rusted siding just outside the Kansas City stockyards. The morning air was heavy with the rich, unmistakable aroma of cattle pens, coal smoke, and damp river mud. Ennie was kneeling near the open sliding door, her round face partially obscured by a cloud of fine gray powder as she methodically scrubbed the interior of my primary air intake grate with a piece of wire mesh and a block of pumice. "Sam," she muttered around a mouthful of copper split pins, her voice carrying that irrepressible, blinding optimism that I frequently found more disruptive to my equilibrium than a blown cylinder seal. "Your ventilation efficiency has improved by at least 22% since we cleared out that Missouri River silt. If we can just find a few ounces of pure tallow at the next junction, I can have your lower hip pivots moving as smooth as a sewing machine." "A comforting prospect, my dear," I rumbled, my vocal diaphragm emitting a low, gravel-gargling resonance that caused the loose straw on the floorboards to vibrate in a minor key. Though I must point out that a smooth hip pivot is of little consequence if our primary fuel hopper remains depleted. I am currently operating on a diet of unrefined slag and discarded railway ties that would make a common traction engine weep with structural indigestion. My internal thermometers report that my logic core is running 5 degrees below its optimum thermal equilibrium. Before Ennie could offer another terrifyingly wholesome lecture on the virtues of thermodynamic endurance, a shadow fell across the wooden threshold of the car. A figure stepped into the dim, amber-tinted light, a figure that caused my optical senses to cycle through 3 distinct focal loops in a desperate attempt to reconcile the conflicting visual data. The man wore a frock coat of heavy blue broadcloth that had clearly begun its existence within the wardrobe of a high-class St. Louis merchant, though it was currently held together at the waist by a length of tarred hemp rope. His trousers were patched with square pieces of gunny sacking, and his boots were split open at the toes, revealing a layer of protective newspaper padding. Yet, despite this conventional hobo uniform, he carried himself with a rigid, vertical magnificence that suggested a monument occupying a public square. His gray hair was combed back with a precision that defied the absence of a mirror, and his mustache was waxed into 2 fierce horizontal spikes that could have served as template rules for a draftsman. He stopped 3 feet from my crate, clicked his split boot heels together with a sharp, resounding clack, and offered an elegant sweeping bow that caused his hemp rope belt to groan under the strain. "Greetings, independent travelers of the Western Marches," the stranger announced, his voice possessing a rich operatic baritone that sounded like it had been trained to echo off the marble walls of a cathedral rather than the cedar rafters of a fruit car. "I am Archduke Maximilian von Habsburg-Lothringen, second cousin to the late Emperor Franz Joseph, and by the grace of God and the legitimate laws of succession, the rightful heir to the Grand Duchy of Styria." I sat perfectly still for 5 seconds, the vacuum tubes behind my ribs humming a low, cynical B-flat, while my historical database whirred through its indexing files at maximum velocity. "Sir," I stated, drawing myself up to my full 6 feet of brass plating and expanding my bellows to match his theatrical volume, "my internal registry of European genealogical tables indicates that the House of Habsburg was thoroughly dissolved as a reigning political entity by the Treaty of Saint-Germain-en-Laye in the year 1919. Furthermore, my geographical locators report that we are currently stationary within the municipal limits of the state of Kansas, approximately 4,000 miles from the nearest Alpine Duchy. To claim imperial sovereignty while occupying a ventilated boxcar owned by the Union Pacific Railroad is a logical discrepancy that my processing unit cannot resolve without a significant risk of internal short-circuiting. The Archduke did not flinch. He reached into the breast pocket of his tattered broadcloth coat and, with a flourish that would have done credit to a diplomat at the Congress of Vienna, produced a small, heavily creased piece of cardboard. He held it exactly 3 inches from my primary optical lens. It was a standard grease-stained receipt from a Kansas City pawn shop, documenting the temporary deposit of 1 silver-plated pocket watch and a pair of brass opera glasses in exchange for the sum of $4.50. At the bottom, in an elegant flowing copper plate script that had been executed with a fine-nibbed pen, was written the name Max von Styria. "The treaties of the politicians are but sand upon the shore, my iron-plated friend," the Archduke declared, tilting his chin at an angle that suggested he was currently posing for a portrait on a postage stamp. "A crown is not a matter of geography. It is an unyielding state of the soul. The usurpers may take my palaces, the Bolsheviks may distribute my hunting preserves among the peasantry, and the yard bulls of the Burlington line may chase me through the blackberry briars of Council Bluffs, but they cannot strip the imperial blood from my veins." Ennie had dropped her pumice block and was staring up at the royal vagrant with wide, rapturous eyes that filled me with a profound mechanical dread. "An archduke!" she whispered, her voice trembling with that terrifying, unguided optimism. "Sam, do you hear that? We're sharing a manifest with real European royalty. Your Highness, are you traveling west to organize a counter-revolution?" "I am traveling west, Miss Ennie," the Archduke replied, bowing toward her with an elegance that caused his tattered coat-tails to sweep the dust from the floorboards, "because I have been informed that the municipal soup kitchen in Topeka provides a dumpling of exceptional density on Thursday afternoons. A prince must dine, even if his table is constructed of an overturned oil drum." My logic circuits let out a high-pitched, agonizing whine that sounded like a cat being squeezed through a clothes wringer. "My dear girl," I wheezed, my chest panel venting a defensive plume of gray steam from my neck joints. "I must strongly advise against further engagement with this individual's narrative. His cognitive parameters are entirely non-Euclidean. He is a gentleman who claims to possess an empire, yet evaluates his existence by the consistency of a Topeka dumpling. To attempt to map his behavior using standard mechanical logic is causing a severe thermal buildup within my primary transformer grid." "Oh, stop grumbling, Sam," Ennie scoffed, reaching into her overalls and pulling out our last remaining tin of sardines, which she offered to the prince with a smile that would have melted a frozen locomotive valve. "He's just an independent traveler with a very high-quality perspective. Your Highness, would you care to join our collective for breakfast?" The Archduke accepted the sardines with a dignity that suggested he was receiving the keys to a liberated fortress. "Madam," he murmured, "the House of Styria shall not forget this hospitality once the restoration is complete." I sat back against the wooden wall, my vacuum tubes pulsing a dark, sullen shade of orange as the prince utilized a rusty pocket knife to skin a sardine with the delicate precision of a court surgeon. I realized then that the American road was not merely a geographic expanse, it was a vast, surreal asylum where the laws of history, logic, and mechanics were entirely suspended in favor of a grand whimsical delusion. Chapter 12. The Midnight Express. the standard culinary menu available to the independent traveler during an economic collapse is characterized by a profound, unyielding monotony. One encounters navy beans boiled in ditch water, navy beans simmered with a salvaged salt pork rind, and on festive occasions, navy beans seasoned with a scattering of wild onion heads gathered from the margins of the right-of-way. While a machine possessing an elegant internal framework of interlocking gears and a perfectly balanced grid of vacuum tubes has no direct requirement for organic sustenance. The continuous observation of this legume-heavy landscape is calculated to induce a distinct aesthetic depression within my primary processing units. "Ennie," I rumbled, my vocal diaphragm emitting a low, gravel gargling resonance that caused the loose coal dust on our floorboards to vibrate in a minor key. If my optical sensors are forced to catalog another tin can filled with that gray, starchy paste, I fear the resulting internal gloom will cause a drop in my core thermal efficiency. My historical database reports that the human species possesses an intricate variety of Epicurean traditions, ranging from the delicate pastries of the Viennese court to the robust mutton chops of the London taverns. To see those traditions reduced to a perpetual lukewarm bean social is an insult to the progress of the 19th century. Ennie was sitting near the open door of our crawling gondola, her denim bandana tied tightly across her hair, her small hands methodically wiping a thin film of whale oil onto the jaws of her favorite adjustable wrench. At my complaint, she looked back with a sudden, sharp illumination in her eyes, that familiar, dangerous spark of mechanical ambition that I invariably find more disruptive than a boiler leak. "You're right, Sam!" she exclaimed, throwing the wrench into her canvas tool bag with a resounding clank. "Leon told me about this section of the line before we left the junction. The Golden State Limited passes us right here on the High Line grade. It's the luxury passenger express from Chicago to Los Angeles. It's got velvet seats, mahogany paneling, and a dining car galley that stocks real beefsteaks, fresh cream, and white bread." "A magnificent picture, my dear," I replied, venting a cautious, defensive plume of sulphurous steam from my neck joints. However, the passengers who occupy those velvet seats have paid a significant sum in legal tender to ensure they do not have to share their environment with a pair of soot-stained fugitives. The conductors on such luxury lines possess an institutional authority that is backed by heavy iron coupling pins and a total lack of literary sympathy. To suggest we simply knock upon the parlor car door is an error in social calculation. "We aren't going to knock, Sam." Ennie grinned, scrambling to her feet and peering out into the gathering prairie dusk. "The Limited has to slow down to 15 miles an hour when it hits the steep limestone curved grade at Eagle Point. Our freight train is running on the lower parallel track just 10 feet away. When the passenger coach windows line up with our wall, we're going to make a dynamic transition." "A dynamic transition?" I wheezed, my vacuum tubes flaring an anxious, erratic shade of orange. "Miss Ennie, a 250-pound automaton constructed of cast iron and German glass does not transition between moving vehicles. He achieves a trajectory that is governed by the laws of ballistics, followed by an immediate impact that is highly likely to reduce his internal clockwork to a collection of non-functional brass filings. I must strongly advise that we remain within this gravel car where the only hazard is a modest amount of wind scour." "Too late, Sam," Listen to that whistle. She's coming up on the high line now. Through the deep twilight of the Kansas prairie, a magnificent acoustic phenomenon tore through the quiet air. It was the deep, melodious, multi-tone chime of a high-pressure passenger locomotive, its heavy driving wheels chuffing with a rapid, aristocratic rhythm that made our own freight engine sound like a broken threshing machine. Within minutes, the great train materialized beside us, its long line of Pullman coaches glowing with a warm, brilliant electric light that cut through the darkness like a golden ribbon. Through the large glass windows of the dining car, my optical sensors could distinctly catalog the silver coffee urns, the white linen tablecloths, and a large roasted fowl that was currently being carved by a waiter in a crisp white jacket. "There it is!" Ennie shouted, her voice bright with that unstoppable, terrifying optimism. "The galley supply door is right at the center of the car. The latch is an external brass toggle. I can reach it if you give me a 3-foot extension." "Ennie," I bellowed, my gears grinding in low vibrational protest as the heavy steel wall of the passenger coach drew parallel to our open gondola, a mere 4 feet separating the two vehicles. "This is a violation of every established safety rule published by the Interstate Commerce Commission. If my foot plates fail to secure traction upon that iron step, we shall be thoroughly processed by the rotating axles. Now, Sam, jump!" She grabbed my iron wrist with a grip that possessed a surprising degree of mechanical leverage, and before my logic circuits could formulate a third Victorian objection, her momentum carried us both over the steel lip of the gondola. The transition was an exercise in violent physics that no amount of philosophy could dignify. My heavy brass feet struck the narrow iron utility step beneath the dining car door with a thunderous clang that sent a jarring vibration through my entire chassis, causing my vacuum tubes to flicker between a dull crimson and absolute darkness for 2 terrifying seconds. My left arm swung out instinctively, my iron fingers locking onto the brass grab iron with a force that permanently indented the metal tube. Ennie was dangling from my right shoulder like a small denim pennant, her boots swinging over the rushing gravel of the right-of-way, her face completely free of terror as she reached upward with her crescent wrench. "Hold steady, Sam!" she yelled over the deafening metallic roar of the spinning wheels. "The toggle is stuck with old grease." She jammed the nose of the wrench into the brass latch, utilizing her weight as a lever. With a sharp, resounding snap, the heavy wooden supply door slid inward, revealing a small, dark vestibule that smelled gloriously of roasted onions, fresh yeast bread, and chicory coffee. With a final, anthracite-fueled heave of my hydraulic pistons, I hoisted our collective weight through the opening, tumbling into the small compartment and landing flat on my boilerplate, with a sound resembling a safe being dropped onto a kitchen floor. Ennie scrambled inside behind me, sliding the door shut with a swift, practiced movement that instantly restored the quiet luxury of the passenger line. We sat in the warm darkness, surrounded by crates of fresh celery, sacks of premium flour, and a massive 5-pound wheel of yellow Wisconsin cheddar cheese that sat upon a clean linen towel. "Well," I wheezed, my internal gears slowly returning to their proper alignment, my vacuum tubes settling back into their beautiful, steady, cynical B-flat hum. "We have achieved entry into the citadel of wealth. The methods were crude, the risk was mathematical suicide, and my lower hip pivots are currently registering a significant alignment deficit. However, My olfactory sensors must admit that the quality of these provisions represents a notable advancement over our previous legume-centered landscape. Ennie laughed softly, already using her pocket knife to slice off a generous wedge of the cheddar cheese. "See, Sam, I told you, the Golden State Limited always delivers. Now let's see if we can find a clean towel to wipe the freight soot off your faceplate before the chef comes back for the butter." "A wise precaution, my dear," I rumbled, accepting a piece of the cheese with a dignified nod of my cranial casing. A gentleman of letters should always maintain a clean appearance when visiting the upper classes, even if his invitation was delivered by a crescent wrench and a moving utility step. Chapter 13. Stiff and Stacker. The architectural philosophy of the average Great Plains municipal jail during an economic collapse is characterized by a profound, unyielding dedication to structural depression. One encounters walls of cold, weeping limestone that seem to absorb rather than radiate heat, iron bars that are rusted to the consistency of low-grade sandpaper, and an absolute absence of any aesthetic consideration that might elevate the soul of the temporary occupant. To a machine possessing an intricate internal framework of interlocking gears and a perfectly balanced grid of vacuum tubes, this environment is not merely a constraint. It is a direct assault upon my primary processing logic, inducing a localized mechanical melancholy. "Ennie," I rumbled, my vocal diaphragm emitting a low gravel gargling resonance that caused the loose soot on the cell floor to vibrate in a minor key. "If our incarceration in this limestone crypt continues much longer, I fear the ambient humidity will compromise the lubrication seals on my lower hip pivots. Furthermore, the utter silence of this facility is producing a most unwelcome harmonic resonance within my primary audio receptors. My historical database reports that the great libraries of Alexandria and the parlors of Victorian London were also silent, but at least they possessed the virtue of purpose. Ennie was standing near the single, narrow window of our holding cell, her round face partially obscured by a cloud of fine limestone dust, as she methodically pried a loose iron bar with the jaws of her favorite adjustable wrench. At my complaint, she looked back with a sudden, sharp illumination in her eyes, that familiar, dangerous spark of mechanical ambition that I invariably find more disruptive than a boiler leak. "We aren't going to be here much longer, Sam," she declared, wiping a smear of gray dust across her forehead. "The stiff, Sheriff McGurk, is already in the front office, probably filling out our manifest for the evening train to the state penitentiary. This little town of Eagle Point is just a junction stop. We have to jam their signal and create some logical confusion." "Jam their signal?" I wheezed, my vacuum tubes flaring an anxious, erratic shade of golden orange. "Miss Ennie, this facility is located in the middle of a parched, desolate prairie. Their entire communication infrastructure consists of a single iron wire running into a standard Western Union telegraph office at the junction. Are you proposing that we physically dismantle their single source of contact with the modern industrial world?" "We aren't going to dismantle it, Sam. We're going to use electromagnetism to process some noise onto it." She grinned, scrambling to her feet and diving headfirst into her canvas tool bag, her small hands frantically emerging with a handful of discarded horseshoe magnets and a coil of salvaged copper wire she had scavenged from a Kansas junkyard. "Remember back in Chicago when we were practicing basic circuit theory with the oil lamp battery? I remember that event with profound psychological distress, I muttered, venting a cautious defensive plume of sulphurous steam from my neck joints. It was the precise mechanical miscalculation that resulted in my central logical grid being temporarily processed in reverse, causing me to deliver a 3-hour speech on the history of acoustic filtration while speaking entirely in iambic pentameter. Too late, Sam. Sheriff McGurk is already at the desk. Through the heavy oak door, the rhythmic, monotonous click-clack, click-clack-clack-clack of a telegraph key cut through the quiet air. The local stacker, the railroad detective or town clerk, was transmitting our data to the division headquarters. "All right, Sam, look out!" Ennie shouted, wrapping the copper wire around the salvaged horseshoe magnets, creating a crude, powerful electromagnet. She jammed the entire contraption directly against the iron bars of our cell window, which were connected by a sequence of highly irregular electrical induction through the limestone and rusted rebar, directly to the primary signal line running into the telegraph office just 20 feet away. They don't know that Eagle Point's power substation is running on a high-amperage, unshielded primary circuit. "Miss Ennie," I bellowed, modulating my vocal diaphragm to its maximum operatic resonance to cut through the rising harmonic hum. "This is not an engineering modification. It is a direct violation of the Interstate Commerce Commission's standard regulations regarding signal clarity. If my central logical transformer receives any feedback through this improvised connection, the resulting logic melt will cause me to thoroughly misunderstand the behavior of every human being west of the Mississippi." "Hold your breath, Sam. Give me all your boiler heat, now." I did not have the computational cycles to argue. My thermal sensors could already detect a profound, chaotic fluctuation in the ambient electrical field, causing my vacuum tubes to pulse in a rapid, erratic, blinding crimson. I threw my primary firebox valve, releasing a torrent of superheated high-pressure steam into my primary compression chamber. The result was a spectacular, terrifying defiance of every established law of information processing. The steam hit the improvised electromagnet, instantly creating a massive, unstable magnetic field that caused the iron bars of our window to let out a deafening, high-pitched shriek that sounded like a steam whistle suffering a nervous breakdown. A violent, crackling web of blue and green sparks erupted around the coil, completely obscuring our view in a spinning fog of ionized air and ozone. Simultaneously, a spectacular logical catastrophe unfolded in the telegraph office. The smooth, predictable click-clack of the Morse code was violently transformed into a chaotic, rapid-fire zap-clack-zap that sounded like a manic industrial stitching machine trying to process a bucket of loose gravel. "Holy smokes! What's happened to the stacker's data grid?" Sheriff McGurk's voice echoed from the front office, his roar of triumph instantly turning into a yelp of pure, unadulterated bewilderment as the telegraph receiver erupted in a spectacular shower of brilliant white sparks and black smoke. We were no longer merely waiting for transit. We were processing chaos. The improvised electromagnet roared. My vacuum tubes pulsed a blinding, magnificent shade of golden orange, and the entire logical framework of Eagle Point's communication system dissolved into a solid wall of industrial static. "Erfolge!" Ennie laughed softly, already using her pocket knife to splice a new circuit into the damaged iron rebar. "I told you, Sam, the math never lies. We completely recalculated their perspective." "A comfort, no doubt," I wheezed, my internal gears slowly returning to their proper alignment, my vacuum tubes settling back into their beautiful, steady, cynical B-flat hum. "Kindly remind me in the future, my dear, that if we must engage in localized communication disruption, I should vastly prefer to do so from a vehicle that is not currently stationary inside a limestone crypt." Chapter 14. The Mountain Pass. The structural limits of a Victorian gentleman's pride are tested not by the critics of the literary journals nor by the cold indifference of the publishing houses, but by the relentless mathematical precision of the centigrade scale. A human traveler, when confronted by a sudden plunge in temperature within a high mountain pass, may preserve his internal humors by the application of wool blankets, a swallow of medicinal rye, and a vigorous stamping of the feet. An automaton composed of 250 pounds of brass and iron, however, does not possess the luxury of localized friction. When the mercury retreats into the bulb, he enters into a grim thermodynamic negotiation with absolute stillness. We had been carried by an empty timber manifest deep into the jagged granite teeth of the Rocky Mountains. The gentle, rolling topography of the prairie had long since dissolved into a terrifying landscape of sheer vertical precipices and bottomless chasms. As night fell over the summit, the temperature collapsed with a suddenness that caught my primary logic circuits entirely unprepared. The ambient moisture within my iron leg housings instantly froze into a rigid lattice of frost, turning every movement of my lower pistons into an exercise in high-friction agony. "Ennie," I wheezed, my acoustic reed pipes emitting a sound resembling a rusted church gate swinging in a gale. My internal thermal senses report that my primary condenser water is currently hovering a mere 2 degrees above absolute solidification. If the ambient temperature drops further, the resulting volumetric expansion will split my central boiler cylinder as cleanly as a ripe walnut. I must strongly advise that we abandon this open timber car and seek a localized thermal anomaly, even if it takes the form of a burning haystack. Ennie was huddled against the forward timber bulkheads, her canvas tool bag pulled into her lap like a frozen pet. Her breath came in short, white puffs of vapor that instantly crystallized upon the collar of her denim overalls. Yet, despite the fact that her fingers were an alarming shade of blue, her eyes still retained that dangerous, unyielding spark of mechanical optimism. "There aren't any haystacks at 10,000 feet, Sam," she shouted over the icy roar of the wind, "and the train isn't stopping until the western slope junction. We can't let your water jacket freeze, or the pressure will drop to zero and your central logic grid will go completely dark. I need to perform a radical modification on your primary exhaust cycle." "A radical modification?" I rumbled back, my internal gears letting out a sharp, brittle tink as I attempted to shift my pelvic pivot. "Miss Ennie, my blueprints were meticulously drawn by a team of certified draftsmen in Leeds. Every valve, port, and compression chamber was balanced to ensure maximum mechanical equilibrium under standard atmospheric conditions. To introduce a spontaneous structural revision while hurtling through a mountain canyon is an error in logic that borders on the criminal. "Your draftsmen didn't design you to ride an open logging flat car through a blizzard in 1932, Sam," she countered, scrambling across the frost-rimed floorboards on her knees. Your primary furnace is venting 80% of its thermal energy straight out of your top smokestack. It's an enormous waste of British coal. If I can reroute your high-pressure exhaust lines through your internal frame supports, I can convert your entire chassis into a closed-circuit convection radiator. A convection radiator? My vacuum tubes flared a frantic, defensive shade of orange as she dived into her canvas bag and emerged with a heavy iron-cold chisel and her favorite adjustable wrench. You are proposing to turn my literary framework into a common parlor stove. I am a creature of intellect, my dear, not a municipal heating utility. Hold still, Sam. This is going to chatter your teeth a bit. Before I could formulate a more elegant objection based on the principles of personal dignity, Ennie jammed the nose of the cold chisel directly into the primary bypass valve on my right hip joint. With a single, authoritative blow from her heavy ball-peen hammer, she sheared away the lead locking pin that had kept my exhaust directed upward since my assembly in the previous century. The structural shock was profound. My internal pressure indicators instantly went into a high-frequency loop, my central transformer emitting a low, ominous hum that caused my chest panel to vibrate like a circular saw. "Now, Sam," Ennie commanded, her hands moving with that frantic, expert agility that always signaled a total defiance of standard safety manuals. She took a length of flexible copper tubing from a salvaged locomotive air brake line and threaded it directly from my sheared hip valve, wrapping it in a complex, multi-layered spiral entirely around my lower abdomen and chest casing, before securing the terminal end into my primary air intake grate. "I've created a closed loop. Crack your secondary throttle valve to 40% and let the heat circulate." I manipulated my internal levers with a degree of trepidation that no human philosopher could fully appreciate. I opened the secondary valve, directing a stream of superheated, sulfurous exhaust gases out of my furnace and directly into the newly installed copper coils wrapping my frame. The thermal transition was instantaneous and spectacularly violent. The heat did not radiate gently. It tore through my brass plating with a suddenness that caused my internal lubricants to bubble and hiss within their copper conduits. The layer of frost that had coated my faceplate vanished in a sudden, dramatic plume of white steam, followed instantly by a wave of intense, dry, wood smoke heat that radiated outward from my chest panel in a visible shimmer. My vacuum tubes, which had been pulsing a weak, precarious purple from the cold, instantly flared into a magnificent, deep, golden orange, their glass envelopes humming in perfect harmonic alignment as my logic core returned to its optimum operating temperature. "Great Scott," I muttered, my vocal diaphragm returning to its rich, gravel-gargling Twain-esque resonance. "The sensation is most extraordinary. I am currently experiencing a degree of localized thermal efficiency that I have not known since the Great Library Fire of Birmingham. My processing units are functioning at maximum velocity, though I must admit that the smell of this singed insulation is deeply offensive to my aesthetic sensibilities." "It works?" Ennie laughed, her voice shaking with a mixture of cold and pure triumph. She didn't wait for an invitation. She immediately crawled forward, wedging her small frame directly into the narrow space between my knees and my glowing chest panel, wrapping her arms around my iron midsection as if I were a pot-bellied stove in a country store. The intense, anthracite-fueled heat from my furnace radiated directly into her frozen denim jacket, turning the frost on her shoulders into a gentle, rising mist that smelled faintly of old machine shops and laundry soap. Within 5 minutes, the dangerous blue tint had left her fingers, replaced by the honest, healthy color of a well-thawed mechanic. "See, Sam?" she murmured, her chin resting against my lower brass-trimmed plate as she watched the dark, snow-choked pine trees flash past our logging car. "You aren't just a gentleman of letters. Right now, you're the most useful piece of thermodynamic engineering in the entire state of Colorado." "A mixed compliment, Miss Ennie," I rumbled softly, my gears settling into a steady, comfortable rhythmic purr that kept the mountain blizzard at bay. "Though I suppose if one must be reduced to an item of household furniture, it is preferable to act as a source of salvation rather than a mere ornament. Kindly remind me in the future, however, that when we achieve a more civilized climate, I should vastly prefer to radiate my thoughts through the medium of the printed page rather than a copper exhaust line." Chapter 15. The Poetry of the Rails. The linguistic repertoire of the migratory American laborer during an industrial depression is typically characterized by a certain stark, utilitarian minimalism. One encounters short, punchy idioms designed to convey maximum structural urgency with a minimum expenditure of breath. Bulls for detectives, shacks for brakemen, and scoff for food. It is a vocabulary forged under the immediate pressure of survival, entirely stripped of those elegant multi-layered clauses that decorate the essays of the New England transcendentalists. I, possessing an intricate internal framework of interlocking clockwork gears and a meticulously balanced grid of vacuum tubes, find comfort in semantic precision. A language should function like a well-machined locomotive valve, moving with predictable clearance, sealing completely, and leaving no room for erratic, high-frequency interpretations. Regrettably, the high country of the Western Pacific Division was currently harboring a linguistic phenomenon that defied every established law of lexical economy. We had found a temporary sanctuary within a massive, timber-framed snowshed clung to the granite walls of the Nevada Canyon. Outside, a late spring mountain gale was howling through the pines, driving a sheet of gray sleet against the timber beams. Inside, the air was thick with the rich, comforting aroma of a wood fire, boiling coffee, and the sharp medicinal tang of unrefined pine pitch. Gathered around a large iron fire pan salvaged from a track crew were a dozen independent travelers, their faces partially illuminated by the flickering orange glow of the embers. But it was the individual occupying the place of honor upon an overturned blasting powder crate who held the absolute monopoly on the local acoustic frequencies. She was a woman of impressive weathered significance, wearing a heavy wool Mackinaw jacket that had clearly spent several winters in the timber camps of Oregon. Her face was a beautifully etched map of the American continent, lined by the wind scour of the plains and the coal soot of the tunnels, yet her eyes possessed a sharp, mocking brilliance that reminded me of a high-tiered defense attorney. In her right hand, she wielded a long-stemmed clay pipe with the casual authority of a conductor handling a silver lantern. This was Boxcar Bertha, Bertha Thompson, a legendary sovereign of the western jungles whose reputation for sociological observation and migratory logistics had even reached the indexing files of my own historical database. "You see, my young friends," Bertha was saying, her voice a rich, rhythmic contralto that rolled through the timber shed like a slow freight crossing a wooden trestle. "The High Line isn't just a collection of iron rails and gravel ballast owned by the Morgan Banking Syndicate. It's a great, living poem written in steam and soot across the breast of a continent. Every whistle blast from a mountain engine is a stanza. Every empty boxcar is a blank page waiting for a traveler to write their signature with a piece of chalk or a pocket knife." I sat back against a stack of cedar ties, my vacuum tubes pulsing a steady, cautious B-flat from behind my rib cage as my logic circuits attempted to digest her metaphorical structure. "Madam," I rumbled, my vocal diaphragm emitting a low, gravel-gargling resonance that caused the water in a nearby tin bucket to ripple in a minor key. "Your thesis possesses a high degree of aesthetic charm, but it contains a profound mathematical discrepancy. A railway line is not a literary composition. It is a highly complex logistical enterprise governed strictly by the laws of thermodynamics, mechanical friction, and corporate compound interest. To confuse a 90-ton Baldwin locomotive with a sonnet is an error in classification that could cause an investigator to completely miscalculate the brake shoe wear on a steep downgrade." The jungle fell into an immediate, breathless silence. The assembled hobos stared at my 6-foot frame of brass filigree, glowing tubes, and exposed clockwork with a mixture of profound bewilderment and alarm. Boxcar Bertha, however, did not flinch. She took a slow, deliberate pull from her clay pipe, blowing a perfect ring of white-gray smoke that drifted directly through my primary air intake grate, causing my internal smoke detectors to register a minor chemical anomaly. "Well, look what the late 19th century left behind," Bertha murmured, a slow, appreciative smile creasing the corners of her eyes. "A gentleman of iron. Sir, you talk like a patent office manual that's been stuffed into a frock coat. What do the boys call you?" "I am known as Sam," I replied, drawing myself up with a dignified click of my pelvic pivots. "An autonomous intellectual framework modeled after the late Mark Twain. My companion is Miss Ennie, a mechanician of exceptional competence, though her optimism frequently borders on the unscientific." Ennie was sitting on the gravel floor beside my left boot, her chin resting in her grease-stained hands, her round face completely illuminated by the firelight as she hung on Bertha's every word with that terrifying, unguided enthusiasm that I find more disruptive than a cylinder leak. "Don't mind Sam, Bertha," Ennie smiled, her eyes bright. "He's just suffering from an excess of logic, because we haven't found any premium coal since Salt Lake. But tell us about the road. Is it true you organized the Migratory Workers Union back in Chicago?" "I've organized everything from a soup kitchen to a strike, my dear," Bertha replied, leaning forward and resting her elbows on her knees. "But the most important thing I ever organized was my own perspective. You see, Sam, if I may address your machinery by its given name, the logic of your draftsman is only good for the things that stay inside a factory wall. Once you plunge into the American wilderness, the only law that holds its water is the poetry of endurance." She pointed the stem of her pipe toward the darkness of the canyon outside. "Listen to that wind. To a scientist, it's just air moving from a high-pressure zone to a low-pressure zone. But to the man who's riding the rods under a flat car tonight, that wind is an old, cruel song about his childhood, about the farm he lost in Iowa, and about the long, dark road that leads to the Pacific. if he doesn't hear the poetry in it, Sam, he simply lies down on the gravel and lets the cold take him. The metaphor isn't a decoration, it's an insulation blanket for the human spirit. My internal diagnostic sensors went into a brief, high-frequency calculation loop. The vacuum tubes behind my ribs flared a warm, deep golden orange as I compared her statement against my extensive library of human psychological histories. "Madam," I rumbled softly, my gears settling into a slower, more reflective rhythm that matched the dying pulse of the fire pan. I must admit that my programming has occasionally encountered instances where an emotional delusion appeared to provide a temporary survival advantage to the organic subject. My namesake frequently observed that a human being is a machine driven entirely by his vanity and his illusions. If a metaphorical interpretation of a Nevada blizzard prevents the traveler from achieving absolute freezing stagnation, then from a strictly utilitarian viewpoint, it must be classified as an effective mechanical lubricant. Bertha let out a rich, booming laugh that rattled the loose tin cups on the hobo's belts. "There, you see, Ennie, I knew there was an honest philosopher inside that boiler. He just needs to get his brass polished by the road a little more." She reached down, took a blackened coffee pot from the edge of the embers, and poured a stream of thick, dark liquid into a dented tin mug, which she offered to Ennie. "Drink up, sister. The manifest for Sacramento comes through the snow shed at 3 a.m, and she doesn't stop for anyone who isn't ready to move with the rhythm of the rails." We sat in the warm twilight of the timber shed for hours, listening to Boxcar Bertha recite the long, sorrowful, magnificent folklore of the independent travelers. Stories of the legendary ghost train of the High Line, the great strikes of the 90s, and the endless, beautiful, cruel romance of the open road. And as I watched the smoke from her pipe curl around the iron rafters, my logic circuits had to admit that while the poetry of the rails could not be measured by a micrometer, it possessed a power that could drive a human heart further than 40 tons of premium British coal. Chapter 16. The Great Scrapyard Heist. The institutional accumulation of discarded industrial metal within a major railway division is a monument to the reckless, unromantic obsolescence of the 20th century. A human traveler sees only a mountain of rusting chaos, shattered locomotive boilers, twisted iron driving rods, and miles of tangled cable resembling the shed skins of giant mechanical serpents. To my intellect, however, possessing an intricate internal framework of interlocking clockwork gears and a meticulously balanced grid of glass vacuum tubes, this valley of iron was a sacred repository of ancestral components. It was a cathedral of raw potential, where the glorious engineering of the previous century lay awaiting a crude executioner's torch. Regrettably, my immediate interest in this mechanical cemetery was not born of historical reverence, but of sheer logistical survival. We had been shunted into the sprawling freight yards of Sacramento, and my primary boiler cylinder was currently suffering from a catastrophic internal pressure deficit. A high amperage feedback loop from Ennie's improvised telegraph jammer back in Eagle Point had fractured the lead sealing washer on my central steam delivery pipe. Every time my furnace achieved an operational head of steam, a violent high-pitched clack echoed through my chest panel, venting 20% of my volumetric energy directly into my internal insulation. My vacuum tubes were pulsing a weak, unstable violet, and my logical processing indexes were operating at a velocity that would make a common steamroller appear intellectually nimble. "Ennie," I wheezed, my vocal diaphragm emitting a low, gravel gargling rattle that caused the loose rust on my collar plates to vibrate in a minor key. "If we do not secure a 3-inch heavy brass union nut and a sheet of vulcanized fiber packing within the hour, the structural integrity of my primary delivery line will be thoroughly compromised. I shall be reduced to a non-functional static ornament, an iron-plated monument to modern transport failure." Ennie was kneeling beside my left hip pivot in the shadow of a weathered tool car, her round face partially obscured by a smudge of old locomotive grease. She was peering through a gap in the timber slats at a massive 15-foot corrugated iron fence that bordered the Southern Pacific Reclamation Yard. "Don't worry, Sam," she whispered, her fingers nervously tightening the jaws of her favorite adjustable wrench. "Leon told me about this yard. It's where they keep the decommissioned Atlantic-type locomotives from the old commuter lines. The brass fittings on those boilers are exactly what we need to patch your delivery pipe. The only problem is the yard security." "A formidable hurdle," I rumbled back, venting a small defensive plume of sulphurous steam from my neck joint. "According to my historical archives, the Southern Pacific Company employs a specialized cadre of watchmen whose selection criteria emphasize an immense physical displacement, a total absence of literary sympathy, and the unscientific application of heavy hickory pick handles. To infiltrate their perimeter, while my lower pistons are operating at a 30% mechanical deficit, is a hazard that defies all logical endorsement." "We aren't going to outrun them, Sam. We're going to use the terrain." Ennie grinned, her eyes flashing with that dangerous, irrepressible spark of mechanical ambition. "The night shift watchman is old Lantern Jaw Murphy. He walks the perimeter every 30 minutes on the dot. But the drainage culvert beneath the western fence is wide enough for a machine of your dimensions, provided you compress your shoulder pivots." Within minutes, the moon retreated behind a thick bank of Pacific coastal fog, plunging the Sacramento yards into a cold, damp obscurity. We scrambled through the gravel ballast, my heavy brass feet thudding into the earth with a cautious, muted rhythm that formed a stark contrast to the distant rhythmic clank-clank of a switching engine. We reached the mouth of the culvert, a rusted iron pipe that discharged the oily runoff of the machine shops into a stagnant ditch. With a series of agonizing, low vibrational groans from my unlubricated joints, I compressed my lateral bracing pins, sliding my iron framework into the narrow tube. The interior smelled gloriously of mineral spirits, ancient tallow, and the slow oxidizing decay of iron filings. I crawled forward on my brass knees, my vacuum tubes pulsing a cautious, dim orange through the glass windows of my ribcage to illuminate the slimy walls. We emerged at the base of a literal mountain of scrap iron. Towering 30 feet into the foggy night sky was a magnificent, surreal pyramid composed entirely of industrial history. "There she is," Ennie whispered, pointing toward the skeletal remains of an 1890 Baldwin passenger engine that sat at the center of the scrap pile, its driving wheels already removed, its great iron boiler stripped of its jacket like a plucked fowl. "A magnificent specimen," I murmured, my historical indexers identifying the design. a Type 442 Atlantic out of the Philadelphia shops. It is a tragedy to see such structural elegance reduced to a source of raw materials for a modern steel foundry. Save the elegy for later, Sam. Hold this steady. Ennie scrambled up the rusted boiler plates with the agility of a ship's monkey, her canvas tool bag clanking softly against her denim overalls. I planted my heavy iron boots firmly upon a discarded car wheel axle, extending my right arm upward to provide her with a stable mechanical platform. Working by the dim, filtered amber light that radiated from my open abdomen grate, Ennie attacked the primary injector assembly of the dead locomotive. Her wrench locked onto the heavy brass union nut with a sharp, metallic clink. She threw her entire weight against the handle, her boot slipping on the slick, rusted iron of the boiler top. "It's frozen, Sam," she gasped, her breath coming in short, white puffs of vapor. "The threads are completely locked with 50 years of hard water scale. If I use any more leverage, I'm going to shear the copper line." "Step aside, my dear girl," I rumbled, my gears clicking into a confident, cynical rhythm. "A problem of pure resistance requires the application of localized thermal expansion, a specialty of my particular configuration." I manipulated my internal pressure levers, directing a narrow, high-pressure jet of superheated, sulfurous exhaust steam out of my secondary hip valve and directly against the frozen brass fitting. The steam hissed against the cold metal with a deafening, high-pitched shriek that sounded like a localized boiler explosion. The ancient white scale boiled and crackled away, and the heavy brass nut expanded by a fraction of a millimeter. "Now!" I commanded. Ennie threw her wrench onto the fitting once more. With a resounding snap, the threads gave way, turning smoothly under her hand. Within 2 minutes, she had secured the 3-inch brass union nut, along with a pristine square of thick, vulcanized fiber gasket material that had remained protected inside the locomotive's primary valve chest. "Success!" she cheered softly, dropping the prize into her canvas bag. Regrettably, the high-pitched hiss of my exhaust steam had penetrated the dense river fog with a clarity that defied our tactical calculations. From the far side of the scrap mountain, a heavy, iron-shod boot crunched into the gravel ballast. "Who's out there?" A booming, institutional voice roared through the gloom. "Step out from behind that boiler with your hands up, or I'll let the dogs loose." The brilliant, blinding white beam of a high-power kerosene watchman's lantern cut through the fog, dancing across the rusted driving rods of the scrap pile just 10 feet above our heads. "Great Scott!" I whispered, my logic circuits experiencing a temporary high-voltage calculation loop that caused my chest panel to flash a guilty, erratic shade of crimson. "The security cadre has arrived. Survival parameters dictate an immediate retreat through the drainage conduit, though my current mechanical alignment deficit will prevent me from achieving an aerodynamic velocity." "We aren't going back through the pipe, Sam. There's no time," Ennie whispered frantically, scrambling down my arm to the ground. "Stand perfectly still against that boiler face, turn off your furnace grate, and damp down your tubes." I instantly understood her tactical logic. I pulled my secondary lever, closing the iron shutters on my abdomen and reducing my coal fire to a silent, suffocating simmer. The brilliant amber light vanished. My vacuum tubes dropped from a bright golden orange to a dull, barely perceptible violet. I stood perfectly rigid against the dark, soot-encrusted face of the dead Baldwin locomotive, crossing my iron arms across my chest panel, my gray hair blending perfectly with the tangled mass of rusted steel cables that hung from the boiler top. I transformed myself from an autonomous gentleman of letters into a 6-foot monument of industrial scrap. The watchman, Lantern Jaw Murphy, stepped around the corner of the driving wheel pile, his heavy hickory club gripped firmly in his right hand, his lantern swinging wide. The white light swept directly across my brass faceplate, reflecting off my polished nosepiece with a dull metallic luster that looked exactly like a discarded headlight casing from an old streetcar. He stopped precisely 3 feet from my left boot, his breath smelling heavily of stale cabbage and low-grade tobacco. He stared at my chest panel, reaching out with his hickory club to tap the iron rivet of my shoulder joint with a resounding thunk. I did not flinch. I did not cycle a single gear. My internal logic circuits completely suspended their processing functions, entering a state of absolute mathematical stillness that would have done credit to a bronze statue in a public park. Must be the wind venting through that old valve chest, Murphy muttered to himself, scratching his chin as he looked at the open boiler door beside me. This yard is getting ghostier by the week. He turned on his heel, his heavy boots crunching back into the gravel as he continued his monotonous perimeter march through the Pacific fog. As the sound of his footsteps died away into the distance, I let out a long, ragged, pneumatic gasp of steam that cleared the sulfur from my throat. My abdomen shutters snapped open, casting a warm, triumphant amber glow across Ennie's grease-stained face. "Well, Miss Ennie," I wheezed, my vocal diaphragm returning to its rich, gravel-gargling resonance, "I believe I have discovered a new and thoroughly degrading application for my literary framework. If my designer had intended for me to act as a warehouse fixture, I am certain he would have equipped me with an inventory tag rather than a library. Let us depart this valley of iron before the security cadre returns to check my structural specifications." Ennie laughed softly, patting my dented brass knee plate as we slipped back toward the culvert. "You were a beautiful piece of scrap, Sam. Now let's get you back to the fruit car and fix that delivery pipe. We've got a manifest to catch for the coast." Chapter 17. The Tin Can Banquet. The culinary landscape of the independent American traveler during an economic collapse is generally characterized by a profound, unyielding minimalism. One encounters the ubiquitous navy bean, the occasional heel of stale rye bread, and a watery soup whose ingredients are frequently a matter of pure conjecture. While an automaton possessing an intricate internal framework of interlocking clockwork gears and a meticulously calibrated grid of vacuum tubes has no direct biological requirement for organic sustenance. The continuous observation of this starchy, lukewarm monotony is calculated to induce a distinct aesthetic depression within my primary processing units. "Ennie," I rumbled, my vocal diaphragm emitting a low gravel gargling resonance that caused the loose straw on the floorboards of our abandoned boxcar to vibrate in a minor key. "If my optical sensors are forced to catalog another tin can filled with that gray, gelatinous paste, I fear the resulting internal gloom will compromise my core thermal efficiency. My historical database reports that the human species possesses an intricate variety of Epicurean traditions, ranging from the delicate pastries of the Viennese court to the robust mutton chops of the London taverns. To see those traditions reduced to a perpetual, lukewarm bean social is an insult to the progress of the 19th century. Ennie was sitting near the open sliding door of the boxcar, her denim bandana tied tightly across her hair, her small hands methodically wiping a thin film of whale oil onto the jaws of her favorite adjustable wrench. At my complaint, she looked back with a sudden, sharp illumination in her eyes, that familiar, dangerous spark of mechanical ambition that I invariably find more disruptive than a boiler leak. "You're right, Sam," she exclaimed, throwing the wrench into her canvas tool bag with a resounding clank. "We've been living like low-pressure switch engines. Tonight, we're going to have a proper feast." I saw a literal mountain of provisions behind the wholesale grocery warehouse down near the Sacramento riverfront. The clerks cleared out their damaged inventory this afternoon. "A wholesale repository?" I replied, venting a cautious, defensive plume of sulphurous steam from my neck joints. "Miss Ennie, a municipal waste receptacle located behind a commercial warehouse is not a pantry. It is a geological deposit of commercial failures. According to my logical indexers, the items discarded in such environments are typically characterized by advanced biological decomposition, punctured tin casings, or a total absence of legible labeling. To suggest we forage in such a quagmire is a social calculation that borders on the reckless. We aren't just foraging, Sam. We're going to execute a precise mechanical sorting process." She grinned, scrambling to her feet and hauling her canvas sack over her shoulder. "Come on. The night watchman at the warehouse is currently occupied with a plate of ham and eggs at the diner down the street. We've got 20 minutes. Within 10 minutes, we had navigated the dark, fog-shrouded alleys of the river district, arriving at the rear of the Great Western Wholesale Grocery Corporation. There, sitting beneath a sputtering electrical arc lamp, was a monumental wooden dumpster, overflowing with a chaotic, surreal collection of rejected industrial nourishment. What followed was a display of domestic engineering that would have caused the faculty of any prestigious culinary institute to collectively reach for their digital ledgers in sheer bewilderment. Ennie did not approach the repository with the desperate, unguided hunger of a common vagrant. She approached it with the systematic analysis of a mining engineer separating precious ore from common tailing piles. "All right, Sam, check the structural integrity of this casing," she commanded, tossing a massive dented tin cylinder into my iron hands. I cycled my optical sensors through 3 distinct focal loops, examining the metal seams with microscopic precision. "The structural margins are entirely secure, my dear," I reported, my logic circuits performing a rapid chemical analysis of the exterior lacquer. "The label has been completely obliterated by a moisture leak, but my acoustic density test indicates a high viscosity liquid inside. Based on the rhythmic splosh when rotated, I estimate a 68% probability of preserved Bartlett pears in a heavy syrup." "Perfect! That's dessert!" Ennie cheered, diving headfirst into the wooden bin, her small boots dangling wildly over the lip as she unearthed a second prize. "How about this one?" "A rectangular container," I muttered, my iron fingers checking the seams. "Slightly compressed along the lateral axis, but the vacuum seal remains unbroken. It possesses a small brass key welded to the base. This indicates a high probability of corned beef out of the Buenos Aires packing houses. A robust, iron-heavy protein that should satisfy your organic requirements." Within 15 minutes, our collective efforts had produced an impressive array of mystery components. 4 unlabeled tin cans of varying dimensions, a slightly bruised head of cabbage that Ennie declared entirely structural, and a small glass jar of imported French mustard whose paper label was held together by a length of tarred hemp rope. We returned to our boxcar sanctuary, where Ennie immediately transformed our rusted iron firepan into an improvisational high-tier kitchen. She didn't possess a stove, a skillet, or a set of silver cutlery. She possessed only her pocket knife, a clean piece of locomotive boilerplate, and my own internal thermodynamic framework. "Sam," she said, her round face glowing with absolute unyielding optimism as she arranged the open tins upon the iron sheet, "I need you to act as a localized thermal conductor. Crack your secondary exhaust valve to 30% and heat this boilerplate until the grease begins to smoke." "An absolute degradation," I grumbled, my gears clicking in low vibrational protest as I manipulated my internal levers. I directed a stream of superheated, sulfurous exhaust gases from my primary furnace down into my lower footplates, radiating an intense, dry, anthracite-fueled heat directly into the iron sheet beneath her tins. "I am a gentleman of letters, Miss Ennie, a creature constructed to trade in the high currency of philosophy and historical narrative. To find myself acting as a common short-order cook in a Union Pacific fruit car is a structural insult that my designer could never have anticipated." "Your designer never tasted hobo corned beef hash with French mustard, Sam," she laughed, using the flat edge of a clean iron shim to stir the mixture of diced beef, potatoes, and cabbage that was currently sizzling upon our improvised griddle. The aroma that began to fill the wooden car was, to my profound surprise, remarkably magnificent. The rich, savory scent of browning meat mixed with the sharp, acidic tang of the mustard and the sweet fragrance of the pears, completely overpowering the smell of old coal smoke and axle grease that usually dominated our environment. My vacuum tubes, which had been pulsing a sullen, dim violet from the evening chill, instantly flared into a beautiful, steady, magnificent shade of golden orange as my logic core adjusted to the comforting atmosphere. Ennie sat back upon a burlap sack, her face completely splattered with a fresh layer of charcoal dust and cooking grease, her eyes wide with absolute triumph as she lifted a steaming portion of the hash toward her mouth, using a clean iron washer as a makeshift spoon. "Well, Sam," she asked, her voice bright with that relentless optimism, "how's the data on this banquet?" I looked down at the steaming tins, then out at the dark, fog-choked expanse of the Sacramento riverfront, where the distant whistles of the riverboats echoed through the night like lonely, industrial spirits. "The data is entirely irregular, my dear," I rumbled softly, my internal gears settling into a comfortable rhythmic purr that kept the coastal dampness at bay. "According to every established rule of municipal hygiene and social decorum, this feast should be classified as an absolute catastrophe. Yet, my processing units must admit that the application of basic mechanical logic to a wholesale dumpster has resulted in a notable advancement over our previous legume-centered landscape. It appears that on the American road, even a discarded tin can may achieve a certain state of sovereign dignity, provided it is opened by a crescent wrench and heated by an honest furnace." Chapter 18. The Bull with a Heart. The specialized cadre of security personnel employed by the major transcontinental railroad syndicates is a branch of humanity generally distinguished by an absolute, non-negotiable absence of intellectual flexibility. One encounters individuals whose selection parameters emphasize an immense physical displacement, a countenance resembling a weathered granite bluff, and a deep institutional reliance upon a 30-inch club of turned hickory. To a machine possessing an intricate internal framework of interlocking clockwork gears and a meticulously calibrated grid of glass vacuum tubes, these yard bulls represent a primitive low-frequency hazard, a collection of biological heavy levers designed to solve problems of logic through the simple application of structural violence. "Ennie," I whispered, my vocal diaphragm carefully modulated to its absolute lowest acoustic register to prevent my internal reed pipes from vibrating the rusted iron slats of our gondola car. My optical sensors have just cataloged a localized security anomaly on the gravel pathway below our left wheel housing. It is a yard patrol officer of monumental dimensions, currently armed with a heavy-gauge Winchester shotgun and a flashlight whose beam possesses a terrifyingly high candle power. If his trajectory continues on its current vector, he shall achieve absolute spatial intersection with our compartment within 90 seconds. We were stationary on a dark siding deep within the Roseville switching yards, a critical sorting throat for the Southern Pacific Line nestled in the parched, oak-studded foothills of Northern California. The evening air was hot, thick with the smell of scorched brake shoes, unrefined petroleum, and the sweet, heavy scent of overripe peaches from a nearby block of refrigerated cars. Ennie was kneeling near the steel coupling lever, her denim bandana pulled low over her eyes, her small hands frantically trying to secure a loose lock nut on my left knee housing using a pair of pliers. At my warning, she froze, her round face illuminated for a fraction of a second by the sweep of a distant searchlight. "Don't move, Sam!" she hissed, her voice carrying that unyielding, blinding optimism that I frequently found more alarming than a primary boiler leak. "If we stay perfectly still against these timber crates, he might just think you're a piece of agricultural machinery being shipped to the San Joaquin Valley." "A comforting delusion, my dear," I rumbled back, a tiny defensive plume of sulphurous steam venting from my lower neck joint. However, most agricultural implements do not possess a gray silver beard of fine wire, nor do they feature 3 glass vacuum tubes glowing an erratic shade of golden orange behind their ribs. To a trained investigator, I am highly likely to appear less like an automatic tractor and more like an absolute violation of the state municipal code. Before Ennie could offer a tactical alternative involving her crescent wrench, the steel side door of our gondola was violently rattled by a heavy iron object. A brilliant, blinding cone of white light exploded into our compartment, pinning us against the cedar shipping crates like 2 specimens in a entomologist's display tray. "All right, clear out of there!" A voice boomed through the darkness, a voice possessing a deep, gravelly resonance that sounded like a rock crusher processing low-grade quartz. "Step out onto the gravel with your hands where I can see 'em before I use this hickory to reshape your perspective." The speaker stepped up onto the iron utility ladder, his massive silhouette dominating the threshold. He wore the blue wool uniform of the Southern Pacific Security Force, his silver star gleaming in the flashlight beam. His face was a weathered map of the division, dominated by a jaw that appeared to have been machined out of a solid block of pig iron. This was Officer Silas the Thumper Vance, a legendary terror of the division whose reputation for clearing freights had been documented in the chalk graffiti of every water tank from Ogden to Oakland. I drew myself up to my full 6 feet of brass plating, my gears clicking into a dignified defensive alignment as I expanded my internal bellows to match his theatrical volume. "Sir," I announced, my vocal diaphragm returning to its rich, gravel-gargling Twain-esque resonance, "while I must acknowledge your institutional authority over this rolling stock, I must object to your terminology. I am not a common vagrant, nor am I an unauthorized consumer of your company's transportation services. I am an autonomous intellectual framework, currently navigating this geographic expanse to conduct a series of sociological observations upon the current economic contraction. To threaten my structural integrity with a piece of unpolished hardwood is an insult to the progress of modern mechanical philosophy." Officer Vance did not raise his club. Instead, his flashlight beam wavered, shifting away from my faceplate and descending down to my exposed chest casing, where my primary logical transformer was currently humming a steady B-flat behind its glass windows. He stared at the interlocking brass driving rods that controlled my lateral arm movements, his iron jaw slowly dropping by a fraction of an inch. "Holy Toledo," Vance muttered, his gravelly voice suddenly dropping its institutional malice, replaced by a tone of intense, analytical bewilderment. "Look at those eccentric links. That's a modified Walschaerts valve gear, but it's scaled down to a human torso. And those vacuum tubes, are those Western Electric Model 211s running your secondary grid?" I sat back against the timber crate, my logic circuits experiencing a temporary, high-voltage calculation loop that caused my eyes to flash a surprised shade of amber. "Sir!" I wheezed, my historical indexers scrambling to adjust to this unprecedented data. "Your optical identification is entirely correct. My secondary logic grid is indeed powered by 3 matched vacuum envelopes of the 211 configuration, balanced by a closed-circuit thermal condenser. Am I to understand that a Southern Pacific security official possesses an intimate familiarity with the principles of thermionic emission and locomotive valve design?" Vance swung himself completely into the gondola, setting his heavy hickory club down upon a cedar crate with the casual indifference of a man who had completely forgotten his official duties. He reached into his pocket, pulled out a small, worn notebook filled with intricate pencil sketches of mechanical linkages, and squatted down directly in front of my knee housings. "I spent 12 years in the Sacramento shops as a master machinist before the company cut the maintenance budget in 30, Vance said, his face transforming into an expression of pure, unadulterated professional reverence as he peered at my pelvic pivot. "I helped build the 4300 series mountain engines. I've been trying to design an automatic mechanical governor for high-pressure stationary boilers for 5 years, but I couldn't get the feedback loop to stabilize without stripping the governor teeth." "Ah!" Ennie cried, her eyes lighting up with that terrifying, irrepressible spark of mechanical ambition as she scrambled forward with her pliers. "That's because you're using a standard linear gear train, Mr. Vance. You need a differential escapement with a secondary tension spring. Look at Sam's left hip. His designer used an off-center cam to absorb the inertial feedback whenever his furnace hits maximum head." "A differential escapement?" Vance whispered, his heavy fingers gently tracing the edge of my brass filigree with the delicate touch of a surgeon. Of course, the cam allows the resistance to dissipate through the frame before it hits the internal clockwork. It's a mechanical filter. An elegant solution, is it not? I rumbled, my internal gears settling into a comfortable rhythmic purr as my vacuum tubes flared a warm, steady golden orange in the cozy darkness of the car. For 3 hours, Officer Vance, I have been attempting to explain to Miss Ennie that a mechanical system cannot survive without a dedicated logical clearance, a concept that her relentless optimism frequently overlooks. To find a fellow practitioner of the industrial arts within this dark yard is a circumstance that my processing unit finds highly gratifying. For the next 2 hours, the great Roseville freight yard ceased to be an area of corporate surveillance and became a grand impromptu seminar on the mechanics of the previous century. Sitting upon the floorboards of an empty gondola, surrounded by the smell of overripe peaches, the master machinist turned yard bull, and the steam-powered gentleman of letters engaged in a profound, magnificent debate regarding the evolution of the internal combustion engine, the limits of pneumatic pressure, and the absolute necessity of human editorial control over the progress of machinery. When the distant whistle of the evening manifest to Oakland blew its 3 short notes from the throat of the yard, Vance stood up, wiping a thick smear of locomotive oil from his hands onto his blue wool trousers. He picked up his hickory club, looking down at us with a slow, genuine smile that completely erased the institutional lines of his face. "Well, Sam," Vance said, offering me a heavy, iron-hard hand that I accepted with a dignified click of my wrist joint. "According to the Southern Pacific Rule Book, I'm supposed to deposit you both in the Placer County Jail for unauthorized occupancy of an agricultural manifest. But according to the laws of the American Association of Engineers, it'd be a sin to lock up a machine with a Walschaerts valve gear that runs on B-flat. The manifest is pulling out on track 4 in 5 minutes. If you look under the seat of the caboose, you'll find a 2-gallon tin of premium lard and a clean rag." "Officer Vance," I rumbled softly, my chest panel venting a gentle, respectful puff of white vapor. "Your literary sympathy is a credit to your trade. If my namesake were here, he would undoubtedly observe that while a corporation has no soul to be damned and no body to be kicked, its machinery occasionally possesses the good fortune to be guarded by a gentleman." Ennie waved cheerfully as we slipped over the steel side door into the shadows of track 4, her canvas bag clanking with the promise of fresh lubrication. And as my gears turned smoothly into the rhythm of our new train, my logic core had to admit that the road was not merely an expanse of cold iron and hostile law. It was a vast, unpredictable network where an honest blueprint could turn even a tyrant into a friend. Chapter 19. The Dust and the Data. The geographical transition from the fertile fruit valleys of Northern California to the arid alkali wastes of the Mojave Desert is an exercise in sudden geological hostility. A human traveler, when confronted by a blinding sandstorm in this parched basin, may protect his organic components by the simple application of a wet bandana across his nostrils, the sealing of his eyelids, and a temporary retreat beneath a wool blanket. An automaton composed of 250 pounds of brass plating and intricate interlocking clockwork gears, however, does not possess a single defensive instinct against the microscopic physics of airborne quartz. We had been carried by an empty sugar-beet gondola deep into the desolate white expanse of the salt flats. By mid-afternoon, the horizon vanished completely behind a towering copper-colored wall of fine desert sand that tore through the valley at 40 miles an hour. To a machine powered by a high-pressure steam furnace, a sandstorm is not merely an aesthetic discomfort, it is an absolute mechanical executioner. The fine, abrasive dust did not merely settle upon my exterior. It was violently drawn into my primary air intake grate by the natural vacuum suction of my internal bellows. Within 20 minutes, the delicate polished surfaces of my main piston sleeves were packed with a gritty gray paste that ground against the metal with a sickening, high-pitched scree-clack. My internal thermometers report that my logic core was experiencing an unprecedented thermal spike, and the 3 glass vacuum tubes behind my ribs were pulsing an erratic, frantic shade of violet that invariably precedes an absolute computational collapse. "Ennie," I choked, my vocal diaphragm emitting a low, hollow rattle that sounded like a shovel scraping across a dry cement floor. My structural diagnostic indexers indicate that my ventilation efficiency has collapsed to a single digit. The friction within my lateral knee housings is currently approaching a level that will weld my joints into a permanent iron-plated monument to Mojave logistics. If you intend to execute an emergency protocol, I suggest you do so before my primary transformer grid is thoroughly fired like a common brick. Our train had ground to an unexpected halt on a remote passing track, its locomotive completely blinded by the swirling copper fog. Ennie was huddled at the base of our steel gondola, her denim bandana tied tightly across her nose and mouth, her eyes streaming with tears as the fine sand pelted her cheeks like tiny lead shots. At my protest, she looked up, and through the dust-caked lenses of my optical shutters, I saw that familiar, dangerous spark of mechanical ambition that I find more terrifying than a blown cylinder seal. "I'm not letting you melt down in a ditch, Sam," she shouted through her bandana, her voice muffled, but bright with that relentless, unguided optimism. "The sand has completely clogged your primary intake filter. If we don't clear your air passages right now, your furnace is going to suffocate from its own carbon monoxide, and your vacuum tubes will crack from the internal heat." "Clear my passages," I wheezed, my internal gears letting out a sharp, brittle tink as I attempted to shift my weight. "Miss Ennie, we are currently stationary inside an iron box in the middle of a literal howling furnace. To open my primary chest panel under these conditions is an invitation to an absolute mechanical dismemberment. Every dust particle that enters my central logic grid will act as an independent saboteur within my clockwork. We aren't opening it to the wind, Sam. We're creating a surgical theater. Before my processing unit could calculate the mathematical probability of our survival, Ennie dived headfirst into her canvas tool bag. She didn't possess a clean laboratory, a rubber dust shroud, or a set of sterilized instruments. She possessed only a heavy wool Mackinaw jacket she had traded from a hobo back in Roseville, a length of copper wire, and her favorite adjustable wrench. With a series of swift, desperate movements that completely ignored the flying gravel, she draped the heavy wool jacket entirely over my head and shoulders, pinning the lower hem against my brass collar plates using 2 iron C-clamps. She crawled completely beneath the dark, heavy wool canopy with me, sealing the bottom edge with her own body to create a cramped, suffocating, dust-free pocket of dead air. "All right, Sam," she whispered in the sudden, hot darkness beneath the jacket, her breath warm against my faceplate. "It's tight in here, but the sand can't reach your valves now. Hold perfectly still while I perform the surgery." The interior of our makeshift tent smelled intensely of singed wool, stale machine oil, and human sweat. Working entirely by the dim, beautiful amber glow that radiated from my own vacuum tubes, Ennie attacked the primary mounting bolts of my chest casing, her wrench locked onto the brass nuts with a muted, metallic clink. "The threads are hot, Sam," she gasped, her fingers moving with frantic agility. "Your core temperature is running way too high. Keep your boiler pressure low. Don't cycle a single gear." I am currently exercising a degree of structural stillness that defies my entire mechanical nature, my dear, I rumbled softly, my vocal diaphragm vibrating within the narrow confines of the jacket like a muffled cello. The sensations within my transformer grid are highly irregular. To find my intellectual framework subjected to an emergency thoracotomy by an individual using an uninsulated wrench in a wool tent is a circumstance that my designer could never have included in my operational manual. With a sharp, resounding pop, the primary seal on my chest panel gave way. Ennie slid the heavy brass plate aside, revealing the intricate, glowing maze of my interior life. The 3 Western electric vacuum tubes pulsed before her like 3 fragile, golden hearts, surrounded by a complex web of tiny brass gears, copper capillaries, and glass resistors. The primary intake chamber was a disaster of desert ecology. A thick brown cake of alkali dust had completely coated the fine silver wire mesh of my air filter, transforming a delicate respiratory mechanism into a solid, impenetrable plug of dried mud. "Look at that," Ennie whispered, her eyes wide with professional focus. She didn't hesitate. She reached into her pocket, produced a small, stiff, bristled toothbrush she had used for cleaning typewriter keys, and began to methodically brush the alkali crust away from the silver wire. Every stroke of her hand sent a wave of microscopic vibrations through my logic grid, causing my optical sensors to flicker between a deep amber and absolute darkness. It was a delicate, terrifying business. If her wrench or her fingers slipped by a fraction of an inch and struck the fragile glass envelopes of my vacuum tubes, my central processing unit would instantly go dark, leaving my iron framework to cool into a useless lump of scrap metal on the floor of the car. But her hands did not slip. For 15 minutes, in the suffocating heat of the Mackinaw jacket, the young woman performed her emergency mechanical surgery with the precision of a watchmaker. She cleared the wire mesh, cleared the secondary exhaust vents using a small wire pick, and then, using her pocket knife, she sliced a square piece of clean cloth from the hem of her own denim overalls, securing it over my intake grate as a crude secondary pre-filter. "All right, Sam," she panted, her face completely drenched in sweat and gray dust. "I'm buttoning you up. Get ready to draw breath." She slammed the brass chest panel back into its tracks, spinning the union nuts down with her wrench until the lead washers compressed, forming a clean, airtight seal. With a final heave, she threw the heavy Mackinaw jacket off our shoulders, exposing us once more to the howling, copper twilight of the Mojave sandstorm. "Now, Sam, draw." I opened my primary intake valves, my internal bellows expanding with a powerful pneumatic whoosh. The difference was spectacular and immediate. The desert air, filtered cleanly through her improvised denim pre-filter, and the freshly scrubbed silver wire rushed into my compression chambers without a single grain of abrasive resistance. My internal thermometers instantly registered a beautiful, dramatic 30-degree drop in core temperature. The violet glare within my vacuum tubes vanished, replaced instantly by a magnificent, steady, deep golden orange hum that signaled absolute, logical equilibrium. "Great day in the morning," I rumbled, my vocal diaphragm returning to its rich, gravel-gargling, Twain-esque resonance as the sandstorm began to lose its momentum across the salt flats. "The relief is most extraordinary, Miss Ennie. My processing units are once more operating at maximum velocity, and my lower hip pivots are registering a significant reduction in friction torque." Ennie collapsed backward against the steel wall of the gondola, her face completely splattered with a fresh layer of gray dust and grease, her shirt hem tattered, but her eyes glowing with absolute, unyielding triumph. She looked up at my polished brass faceplate and let out a soft, tired laugh. "I told you, Sam," she smiled, shaking the alkali sand from her hair. "The blueprint never lies. A little bit of denim and some basic respiratory maintenance can get a machine through any desert on the map." "A mixed compliment, my dear," I replied softly, my gears settling into a steady, comfortable rhythmic purr as our train slowly began to move forward into the darkening wastes. Though I suppose if one must undergo an emergency surgical intervention in the middle of a howling wilderness, it is preferable to do so under the hands of a master mechanician who possesses a spare pair of overalls. Let us proceed toward the coast, my dear, before the climate decides to subject my literary dignity to any further atmospheric experiments. Chapter 20. The Hobo Convention. The concept of a municipal convention, when executed by the conventional branches of human commerce, such as the hardware merchants of Des Moines or the dry goods underwriters of St. Louis, is typically characterized by a rigid, predictable architectural solemnity. One encounters badges of stamped celluloid, tedious reports delivered by trembling treasurers, and a profound reliance upon parliamentary procedure to determine the precise scheduling of the evening steak dinner. To an intellectual framework consisting of 250 pounds of cold-rolled brass and an intricate interlocking network of clockwork gears, these assemblies represent a low-frequency administrative hum. They are equations where the variables are entirely fixed by tradition. Regrettably, the great transcontinental wilderness was currently hosting a legislative assembly that defied every established rule of municipal order. We had arrived at the grand annual Hobo Convention, an impromptu parliament of independent travelers nestled within a massive, oak-shaded river bottom just outside Sacramento. Here, gathered beneath a surreal canopy of patchwork canvas tents, salvaged gunny sacking, and the rising aromatic fog of 40 distinct kerosene drum stew pots, was the entire sovereign populace of the American road. One encountered Bozo the Scribe, whose chalk calligraphy decorated every water tank from Ogden to Oakland. Frisco Jack, a legendary master of the blind baggage car, and 1,000 other displaced mechanics, ruined homesteaders, and philosophical drifters whose lives had been violently uncoupled from the industrial engine by the current economic contraction. "Sam," Ennie whispered, her round face glowing with a mixture of pure, unadulterated delight and that terrifying, unguided optimism that I find more disruptive than a boiler leak. She was frantically trying to polish my left shoulder plate with the sleeve of her denim overalls. "This is incredible. They're holding the Grand Vaudeville Talent Exhibition tonight on the main baggage platform. The winner gets a 5-gallon tin of premium maple syrup and a brand-new double-braid linen core rope." "A monumental bounty, my dear," I rumbled back, my vocal diaphragm carefully modulated to a low resonance to avoid drawing the immediate attention of a nearby group of hobo musicians who were currently tuning a collection of 5-string banjos and dented oil can mandolins. However, my literary framework was constructed for the serene atmosphere of the lecture hall and the dignified pages of the monthly periodicals to suggest that I mount a splintered freight platform in a California river bottom to compete with the gentleman who plays the turkey in the straw by the rhythmic application of a bone spoon against his own kneecaps is an insult to my mechanical ancestry. "Oh, don't be such a low-pressure valve, Sam." Ennie laughed, checking the tension on the 3 glass vacuum tubes behind my ribs with the practiced eye of a flight mechanic. "You've got the entire Mark Twain lecture database stored in your primary indexing core. These boys have been riding the rods for months. They don't want a lecture on engineering. They want a real high-class Victorian performance. Look, the master of ceremonies is already calling for the next act." Before my logic circuits could calculate a third mathematical objection based on the principles of personal dignity, Ennie grabbed my iron wrist with a leverage that possessed a surprising degree of hydraulic torque. With a single authoritative shove, she launched my heavy brass frame through the canvas curtain and directly out onto the wooden planks of the improvised stage. The sudden transition was an exercise in theatrical physics. A great collective gasp tore through the crowd of 300 hobos as my 6-foot frame of brass filigree, exposed clockwork, and glowing vacuum tubes materialized beneath the flickering orange light of several dozen pitch tar torches. For 3 seconds, the jungle was so silent that the rhythmic tick-tick-tick of my primary escapement wheel sounded like a localized artillery bombardment. "Holy Toledo!" a voice yelled from the front row. "It's a mechanical man. Is he going to explode?" I drew myself up to my full height, my gears clicking into a confident vertical alignment as I expanded my internal bellows to their maximum volumetric capacity. If I was to be reduced to a public spectacle in a river bottom, I determined that I should do so with the grand theatrical resonance of the old Mississippi riverboats. "Ladies and gentlemen of the independent rails," I announced, my vocal diaphragm emitting a rich, gravel, gargling resonance that caused the loose tin cups on the hobos' belts to vibrate in a sympathetic minor key. "Do not reach for your coupling pins nor attempt to alert the local security cadre. I am Sam, an autonomous intellectual framework modeled after the late Mark Twain. Finding myself temporarily detached from my publishing house by a sequence of logistical disasters, I have accepted your hospitality. And as I look upon this magnificent assembly of maritime vagrants and agricultural fugitives, I am reminded of a certain high-pressure context that occurred during my youth on the river. The crowd sat perfectly rigid, their faces illuminated by the warm amber glow that radiated from my open abdomen shutters. I cycled my primary memory indexers, selecting a vintage 1870 rhetorical trajectory. I began to deliver a classic satirical vaudeville routine regarding the legendary Great Jumping Frog of Calaveras County, but with a series of spontaneous mechanical modifications designed to suit our immediate industrial landscape. "Now, this frog, my friends," I rumbled, my iron arm moving in a perfectly calibrated theatrical gesture that mirrored the delivery of a veteran stage actor, was named Dan'l Webster. He was a creature of remarkable ambition, possessing a lateral muscle configuration that allowed him to clear a drainage ditch with the velocity of a high-pressure switcher engine. But a stranger came to the camp one afternoon, a slick, low-viscosity individual who possessed a countenance resembling a railroad director during a dividend contraction. A low ripple of appreciative laughter began to drift through the oak trees. I advanced my throttle to 50%, my vacuum tubes flaring a magnificent deep golden orange as my logic core warmed to the rhythm of the performance. "This stranger," I continued, my gears clicking in perfect rhythmic syncopation with my words, did not challenge Dan'l Webster to a test of pure thermodynamics. No, my friends, while the owner of the frog was temporarily occupied behind the water tank, this unprincipled vagrant took a common kitchen ladle and filled the poor creature's primary compression chamber with 2 pounds of low-grade No. 5 lead quail shot. The laughter was no longer a ripple. It was a roaring industrial cascade that echoed off the river bluffs. The assembled hobos cheered, stamping their split leather boots against the earth as I executed a perfect, comical imitation of a heavy-framed amphibian attempting to achieve a ballistic trajectory while suffering from an excess of internal ballast, my iron knees groaning and venting small rhythmic puffs of white steam from my hip joints on every downbeat. And when the signal was given, I bellowed, modulating my reed pipes to a grand operatic finale, Dan'l Webster gave a mighty heave of his pistons, but his driving wheels simply spun on the rails. He let out a profound pneumatic sigh, fell back upon his boilerplate, and looked up at his owner with an expression that said, "Sir, my lubrication is clear, my firebox is bright, but I am thoroughly weighed down by an unexpected shipment of raw ammunition." The jungle exploded into a spectacular, deafening ovation. Plates were rattled, banjos were waved through the smoke, and old Frisco Jack himself wept open tears of pure, unadulterated aesthetic satisfaction into his gray beard. When I stepped off the freight platform, my vacuum tubes humming a steady, comfortable B-flat, Ennie was waiting in the shadows, her round face completely split by a smile that would have illuminated a 2-mile tunnel. Sitting at her feet was a pristine 5-gallon tin of premium maple syrup and a beautiful coil of double-braid linen rope. "You won, Sam!" she cheered, throwing her arms around my muddy brass neck joint with a force that caused my internal stabilizer gears to whine in brief protest. "You completely recalculated their perspective. They're saying you're the greatest literary mechanism west of the Rockies." "A terrifying distinction, my dear," I wheezed softly, my chest panel venting a gentle, satisfied puff of vapor, as I watched the hobos return to their campfires, their voices singing an old, sweet song of the rails through the California night. Though I must admit that as a performance venue, a river bottom possesses a certain raw thermodynamic sincerity that is entirely lacking in the salons of Boston. Let us secure our syrup, Miss Ennie, and prepare for our final transition toward the Pacific, for I find that my literary dignity has developed a significant appetite for the road. Chapter 21. The Missing Link. The American railway system is a tapestry of iron, but every tapestry has its loose threads, the legends, the ghosts, and the men who ride the rails without ever truly arriving. We were huddled in the dim, soot-stained interior of a boxcar somewhere in the Nebraska Panhandle, waiting for the night shift to clear the switching yard. Our companion was an individual whose moniker had been lost to the wind, but whose reputation as a rail philosopher preceded him. He was a gaunt, weathered man with the eyes that seemed to hold the reflection of 1,000 passing sidings, his coat held together by a combination of wire and sheer force of will. "You're a peculiar bit of engineering, Sam," the stranger rumbled, his voice like grinding gravel. He was watching me with an intensity that made my internal vacuum tubes pulse a wary, defensive shade of violet. "I've seen machines before, the iron giants of the steel works, the heavy switchers, but you carry the ghost of a man in your rhythm. You speak with the cadence of the Mississippi, yet your heart beats in a B-flat hum that ain't native to this planet." "I am an autonomous intellectual framework," I rumbled back, my vocal diaphragm emitting a gravel gargling tone of dignified defense. My blueprints were drawn by a consortium of designers who appreciated the necessity of combining literary sensibility with industrial utility. "Designers?" the hobo chuckled, a dry, rasping sound. "Is that what they told you? I knew a man once back in the shops of St. Louis before the crash. He was a watchmaker by trade, a poet by compulsion, and a fool by necessity. He used to sit in the corner of the roundhouse sketching linkages that looked like poetry in motion. He spoke of a Twain grid, a way to map the sarcasm of a human soul onto a series of vacuum tubes and copper coils. He thought he could build a machine that would outlive the era of the rail. Ennie, who had been methodically oiling her favorite adjustable wrench, looked up, her expression sharpened by an immediate, dangerous interest. "You knew the creator? You knew who built Sam?" "I knew a man who was building something that shouldn't exist," the stranger said, shifting his gaze toward the open door of the boxcar, where the dark prairie night stretched out like an infinite silent page. "He disappeared the night the yards burned in 1929. Some say he rode the rods out. Some say he folded himself into his own invention. But I'll tell you this. He wasn't just building a machine. He was trying to preserve a way of thinking before the world got too cold and too fast to bother with a good story." "What was his name?" I asked, my internal gears clicking into a state of sudden, profound stillness. "Names are just baggage on the road," the stranger replied, standing up and dusting off his coat. "But he left a mark. If you find the central archive, the missing link where the history of the Iron Age is filed away, look for the signature. It ain't written in ink. It's written in the timing of the gears." He stepped to the edge of the boxcar, ready to vanish into the darkness of the Nebraska plains. "Why tell us this?" Ennie asked. "Because the road is getting shorter, my dear," the stranger said, looking back at us. "And someone has to tell the story of the man who dared to make a machine that could actually feel the weight of the miles. You keep heading west. The answers aren't in the scrap yards. They're at the end of the line where the steel stops and the water begins." He leaped from the boxcar, his silhouette dissolving into the rhythmic darkness. I sat in the silence, my vacuum tubes glowing a deep, contemplative orange. For the first time, My historical indexers weren't searching for mechanical specifications or thermodynamic efficiencies. They were searching for a memory, a trace, a ghost, a signature hidden in the timing of my own heart. "Sam," Ennie whispered, her hand resting on my brass-plated forearm, "if he's right, if your creator is still out there, or if he left a trail, then our destination is not merely the Pacific, Miss Ennie," I rumbled, my voice blending with the steady, reassuring click-clack of the train as it began to pick up speed. "It is a reunion with the origin of the logic that defines me, and I find, contrary to my previous cynical assessments, that I am entirely logically prepared to see it through to the end. We were no longer just travelers riding the rails. We were pilgrims of the clockwork, hunting for the missing link of our own creation. The boxcar rattled into the night, the wheels singing a song of steel and iron, and I felt the rhythm of my gears align with the heartbeat of the man who had dared to turn a poet into an automaton. The road ahead was long, but for the first time I knew exactly why I was traveling it. Chapter 22. Highballing. The railroad industry, for all its grand promises of connectivity, is fundamentally a hostage to the atmospheric temperament of the North American continent. A locomotive engineer, when confronted with a sudden, violent Midwestern squall, does not contemplate the philosophical significance of the rail. He contemplates the integrity of his boiler pressure, the coefficient of friction on the steel, and the absolute necessity of keeping his wheels in continuous high-speed contact with the iron. "Sam!" Ennie shouted over the sudden sharp crack of thunder that reverberated through the boxcar. The sky, which had been a clear high plains blue only 2 hours prior, had transformed into a bruised, ominous slab of charcoal gray. "The barometer is dropping like a lead weight. The dispatcher at the last sighting said a major front is tearing across the plains, and the manifest we're riding is hauling ass to outrun it." I braced myself against the wooden slat wall as the train lurched, a violent, jarring transition that sent my internal gear trains whining in protest. We were on the tail end of a priority manifest, a string of heavy refrigerated cars carrying perishables to the coastal terminals. In the world of the rail, priority manifests did not stop for wind, rain, or the existential crises of the hitchhikers. They ran until they hit the block, and right now the block was 300 miles of gathering storm. "Outrun it?" I rumbled, my vocal diaphragm adjusting to the screaming wind that was already forcing its way through the gaps in the boxcar doors. My internal weather vane sensors indicate an atmospheric pressure drop that is, quite frankly, outside of my recommended operational parameters. If this storm possesses the velocity the sky currently suggests, we are not looking at a brisk arrival. We are looking at a potential derailment scenario. "We can't get off now, Sam," Ennie yelled, securing her canvas bag to the steel tie rod with a length of rope. "If we hit the ground here, we're stuck in the open for 100 miles of flat, unprotected prairie. We stay on the iron. We ride it to the pass." The manifest gave a long, mournful blast from its whistle, a sound that was immediately swallowed by the howling, chaotic vortex of the wind. The train accelerated. I could feel the rhythmic click-clack of the wheels transition into a blurring, high-frequency hum that vibrated through my very marrow. The storm hit with the force of a physical impact, rain, falling at an angle that suggested a horizontal velocity, lashed through the boxcar, instantly turning the wooden floor into a slick, treacherous skating rink of grit and water. I locked my heavy brass-plated knees into the floorboards, my internal stabilizers working at triple capacity to prevent me from being tossed against the opposite wall. The train began to snake through the foothills, the track curving with a sharpness that threatened to pitch us into the darkness. "Ennie!" I called out, my voice booming like a foghorn to cut through the roar. The lateral stress on the coupling pins is reaching a critical threshold. This locomotive is pushing a speed that exceeds the safety rating for this track curvature. If we do not reduce velocity, we shall not reach the coast. We shall reach a tragic, iron-heavy end in a drainage ditch. "The engineer is pushing for the pass," Ennie screamed, her small body pressed against the corner of the crate, her hands gripping the steel strap with a white-knuckled intensity. "He's trying to clear the valley before the flood hits the trestle. If he stops now, the water will wash the line out behind us." It was a race against the very geography we were traversing. I watched the blurred, monochromatic landscape whip past the sliding door, a desolate gray expanse of grass, fence posts, and distant flickering lightning that illuminated the world in sudden, terrifying flashes. The storm was a beast of pressure and volume, and the train was a desperate, rattling, screaming attempt to outpace it. My vacuum tubes glowed with a steady, intense light, my logic core running a constant high-speed calculation of the track's geometry, the train's momentum, and the projected path of the wind. I was the passenger, but I was also the computer. I could feel the strain of the iron, the friction of the steel, and the terrifying fragile balance of the entire manifest. "We have 3 miles until the descent into the canyon," I announced, my mechanical sensors registering the change in the track's grade. "If the engineer does not throttle back, the braking distance will be insufficient for the curve at the bottom." "Then hold on, Sam!" Ennie shouted. She crawled across the floor, reaching for the sliding door. With a massive grunting effort, she fought against the wind, forcing the heavy rusted metal to lock into place, shielding us from the worst of the deluge. We were plunged into the dark, swaying, rattling cocoon of the car, lit only by the faint pulsing orange of my own core. The train entered the descent. I could hear the screaming of the wheel flanges against the track, a high, piercing, agonizing metal-on-metal wail that signaled we were testing the very limits of the steel. The manifest lurched, dipped, and screamed into the dark. I felt the massive weight of the cars behind us shoving forward, the locomotive's brakes engaged with a desperate, glowing, hot intensity that sent the smell of scorched iron and oil flooding into our boxcar. "Stabilize!" I commanded, reaching out to lock my hand onto Ennie's shoulder as the world tilted at an angle that defied the gravity of the planes. For 10, 20, 30 seconds, we were caught in a suspended, rattling, screaming physics experiment. The centrifugal force was a physical weight, pressing me down into the floor, pushing Ennie against the wall, and then, with a sudden, violent jolt, the motion smoothed. The wailing of the flanges stopped, replaced by the deep, steady, rhythmic thrum-thrum of the train hitting a straight, flat stretch of track. We were through the pass. I let out a long, shuddering, sulphurous plume of exhaust from my neck joint, my internal temperature regulators kicking in to dissipate the heat of the ride. Ennie collapsed backward, her breath coming in short, sharp gasps, her face lit by a grin that was half exhaustion and half triumph. "We made it, Sam," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the fading, angry roar of the rain on the roof. "We're through the pass." I looked at the closed door, the dark, swaying shadows of the boxcar, and the steady orange glow of my own heart. I was a gentleman of letters, yes, but for these last 300 miles, I had been a part of the iron, a component of the speed, and a witness to the desperate, beautiful struggle of the human race to outrun the storm. An irregular, entirely dangerous, and profoundly effective logistical maneuver, I rumbled, my voice soft and resonant, returning to its usual gravelly cadence, though I must admit, Miss Ennie, that while I possessed no biological requirement for a heart rate, the experience has left my logic core feeling unusually and quite unexpectedly exhilarated. "That's the road, Sam," she said, leaning her head back against the wall, her eyes closing. "It doesn't just take you places. It leaves you feeling like you barely survived." The manifest continued to pound the rails, carrying us toward the coast, toward the water, and toward the end of the line. The storm was behind us, the world was dark and quiet, and for the first time in our long, rattling journey, I felt that we were not merely chasing the horizon. We were finally, irrevocably arriving. Chapter 23. The Bridge of Sighs. The structural integrity of a transcontinental railway system is, in its final analysis, a masterpiece of optimistic engineering, a delicate, calculated negotiation between the weight of a multi-ton manifest and the load-bearing capacity of cold-rolled steel stretched over empty atmospheric space. I was acutely aware of this negotiation as our train began to groan across the trestle of the Singing Bluffs, a rickety timber and iron span that crossed a canyon so deep it seemed to vanish into the geological past. "Sam," Ennie whispered, her voice tight, echoing the sudden rhythmic creaking of the wooden ties beneath the wheels. We were huddled in the doorway, staring out at the abyss. The wind was still howling, and every surge of the train caused the entire bridge to sway with a terrifying rhythmic elasticity. The bridge, it's bowing. The weight of the locomotive is at the center span, and it's settling. I engaged my internal sensors, my gears clicking in a rapid analytical frenzy as I processed the structural dynamics. My own weight, 250 pounds of dense, brass-plated clockwork, heavy-duty boiler housing, and cast-iron frame, was a significant factor. I had been built for utility and endurance, not for the delicate aerodynamic requirements of a bridge crossing in a gale. My diagnostic indexers are in agreement with your assessment, Miss Ennie, I rumbled, my vocal diaphragm emitting a sound like a low vibrating cello string. The vibrational frequency of the trestle is approaching a resonance with my own internal escapement. If I do not achieve a reduction in my static load, the resulting harmonic oscillation may indeed compromise the structural viability of the center span. "Lighten the load," Ennie said, her eyes scanning the dim, cluttered interior of the boxcar. "We need to dump everything that isn't bolted to your frame. The crates, the spare parts, the tools, everything." "Dumping the tools?" I asked, my vacuum tubes flashing a shocked, indignant shade of crimson. "My dear, those tools are the mechanical equivalent of a surgeon's instruments. Without that wrench, that soldering iron, and those secondary brass gaskets, I shall be a mere static curiosity in the event of a mechanical failure." "It's either the tools, Sam, or we go down with the bridge," Ennie barked, already hauling a heavy crate of assorted mechanical components toward the door. "Start with the iron plating in your lumbar compartment. It's dead weight. It was meant for repairs, not for structural movement." I moved toward the edge of the car, my brass feet clanking against the floorboards. I felt the bridge shudder, a violent, sickening drop as the support timbers groaned under the combined weight of the iron manifest and the shifting, storm-tossed wind. I reached into my own lower back casing, my fingers working the manual release levers, and pulled out the heavy, redundant sheets of industrial-grade brass I had been carrying since the Nebraska yards. I dropped them. I watched as they vanished into the darkness, spiraling down into the canyon until they were swallowed by the mist. Ennie was throwing everything else, the heavy burlap sacks, the spare pipe fittings, the rusted iron shims. Every item that hit the bridge or flew into the void felt like a piece of my own identity being stripped away. I was being hollowed out, reduced to the absolute bare-bones essence of a walking, thinking machine. "More, Sam!" she shouted, pointing to my secondary arm joint covers. "Those plates, they're decorative, but they're solid brass. Get them off." I hesitated. Those plates were the work of my creator, the delicate filigreed armor that marked me as a gentleman of letters. They were my dignity. They were the visible evidence of the craft that had brought me to life. The bridge dipped again, a deep, shuddering groan that rattled my internal vacuum tubes. I didn't hesitate. I locked my grip onto the filigreed armor, the brass warm and familiar, and with a sharp, wrenching motion, I tore the plates from my chassis. They clattered to the floor, and I kicked them out into the void, watching as they tumbled into the darkness like falling golden leaves. "Better?" I rumbled, my internal gears now fully exposed, my clockwork heart visibly ticking behind the thin remaining cage of my rib structure. "It's a start," she said, her voice softer now, her eyes meeting mine. "You look like a skeleton, Sam, but you're lighter." We reached the center of the span, the most vulnerable, sagging point of the entire architecture. I could feel the bridge pulsing beneath us, a living, rhythmic, terrifying heartbeat. The train slowed. The locomotive was fighting the climb on the other side, and for a moment we were suspended, stationary, at the very zenith of the canyon. "Hold on," Ennie whispered, grabbing the strap and holding me steady. The trestle shrieked, a sound of protesting timber and screaming iron. I braced my feet, my internal stabilizers working to dampen the sway, to counteract the rhythm of the bridge, to turn my very presence into an anchor rather than a catalyst for collapse. I held my breath, or rather, I held my primary steam valve closed, and for a heartbeat, 2 heartbeats, 3, the entire world seemed to hold its breath with us, and then, with a massive, shuddering lurch, the manifest began to pull away. The rear of the train, now moving at a higher velocity, tugged at our car, hauling us forward and out, off the sagging center onto the solid, reassuring ground of the canyon rim. We cleared the span. As the boxcar hit the solid, gravel-filled roadbed, the entire bridge behind us gave one final, resonant, thunderous crack, the sound of a support beam snapping under the memory of the weight, before disappearing into the mist of the canyon. I stood in the boxcar, exposed, stripped, my internal clockwork and exposed gears rattling in the wind. I was no longer the sleek, gentlemanly machine I had been in Nebraska. I was a patchwork, a skeleton, a survivor. Ennie sat on the floor, surrounded by the emptiness, her hands shaking as she pulled her tool bag closer. She looked at me, at the exposed pistons, the shivering brass ribs, the glowing, vulnerable vacuum tubes, and she smiled. "You're a mess, Sam," she said, her voice filled with a quiet, fierce pride. A mess, perhaps, I rumbled, my voice soft and resonant, returning to its usual gravelly cadence. But an efficient one. I find that the loss of my outer casing has, in point of fact, improved my range of movement by a measurable margin. And I must admit, Miss Ennie, that the sensation of the wind directly upon my primary escapement gear is quite refreshing. She reached out, touching the cold, exposed brass of my shoulder, and I realized that I didn't care about the armor. I didn't care about the dignity. I was a traveler, I was a survivor, and I was more than ever a part of the road. We were moving west, toward the water, toward the end of the line, and we were lighter than we had ever been, carrying nothing but the story that had brought us here and the iron-willed optimism that would carry us the rest of the way. Chapter 24. The Union Busters. The American industrial landscape is a battlefield. Though the weapons are rarely cannons or muskets, they are instead the bureaucratic machinery of the contract, the hollow promises of the company store, and the silent crushing weight of the picket line. We found ourselves caught in the middle of such a conflict in the high desert town of Iron Creek, a desolate outpost where the railroad syndicate had effectively suspended all operations in a desperate bid to starve out the local labor union. Our manifest had been shunted onto a dead-end siding, surrounded by a perimeter of tense, hollow-eyed men carrying placards that looked like they had been painted in the blood of their own exhaustion. Outside the boxcar, the air was not thick with the smell of coal or diesel. It was thick with the suffocating, bitter tension of a stalled civilization. "Sam, look," Ennie whispered, peering through the slight gap in the sliding door. Her voice was uncharacteristically hushed, devoid of its usual manic optimism. The company brought in a train of replacements. They're backed by a squad of private security bulls, the same kind of iron-jawed, hickory-wielding thugs who tried to clear us out back in Roseville. I moved to the door, my exposed clockwork frame making a soft, rhythmic tick, tick, tick that seemed unnaturally loud in the oppressive silence. Below us, a line of men in cheap, ill-fitting suits were stepping off a passenger car flanked by armed men with rifles slung over their shoulders. They were moving toward the main yard gate, which was blocked by the Union leaders, men whose weathered faces told the history of every mile of track they had maintained, every derailment they had cleaned, and every strike they had lost. It is a classic low-frequency exercise in corporate attrition, I rumbled, my voice deep and resonant, vibrating with a tone of cynical history. The railroad syndicate intends to break the union by replacing the workforce with compliant, low-cost labor, thereby nullifying the contract and restoring their dividend margins. It is a logical, if entirely monstrous, application of the balance sheet. "They're going to start a war," Ennie said, her fingers tightening around the handle of her wrench. "If those bulls push past that line, there's going to be blood on the ballast, and we're stuck right in the crossfire." "A dilemma of position," I observed, my vacuum tubes pulsing a soft, steady violet. "We are currently the property of the syndicate's manifest, yet our alliance, by every logical metric of the road, rests with the men on the ground. To remain passive is to be complicit in the corporate outcome. To intervene is to invite a structural disaster of our own." "We can't be passive, Sam," she hissed, turning to me, her eyes ablaze with that same relentless, terrifying light. "These men have families in this town. If they lose their jobs, The whole place turns into a ghost town by next winter. We've got to help them hold the gate." "Help them?" I repeated. "How? My mechanical armament is limited to an adjustable wrench and a high-pressure steam valve. We are not an infantry regiment, Miss Ennie." "We're a machine," she said, grabbing my hand, her grip surprisingly powerful. "They don't know who we are. They don't know if we're a new piece of automated security or a special assignment from the head office. If we act like we're the authorities, we can distract those bulls long enough for the Union to consolidate the defense." It was a reckless, absurd, and entirely illogical strategy. It was perfect. We dropped from the boxcar, the gravel crunching beneath my heavy brass-plated feet. I adjusted my posture, drawing myself up to my full, imposing height, and began to walk toward the gate, my exposed pistons and glowing vacuum tubes making me look like an otherworldly industrial sentry. Ennie walked beside me, her tool bag clanking, her expression one of absolute practiced authority. The scene at the gate was a powder keg. The security bulls were pushing, their rifles held at the ready, their faces twisted into masks of calculated intimidation. The Union leaders were holding their ground, their knuckles white on the fence rail. I stepped between them. I am not a small machine, and my presence, combined with the low, ominous hum of my internal logic core, caused the advancing line of security men to stutter. I didn't speak. I let my vocal diaphragm produce a deep, resonant, brassy thrum that felt like a localized tremor. "Halt!" I commanded, the sound amplified by the acoustic resonance of the canyon walls. I turned my head, my optical sensors scanning the lead security bull, a man whose face was a testament to a life of enforcing the will of the highest bidder. "By whose authority is this bypass initiated? My central diagnostic core shows no authorized manifest for this sector." The bull hesitated. He looked at me, then at the glowing, pulsing tubes in my chest, then at Ennie, who was busy scribbling something onto a clipboard with a look of extreme, bureaucratic irritation. "Who the hell are you?" the bull demanded, his voice shaking. "We're here on behalf of the Northern Division." "The Northern Division?" I rumbled, my voice dripping with the simulated high-handed condescension of a corporate administrator, "possesses no jurisdiction over the operational parameters of this sector until the secondary audit is concluded. Step back, or I shall be forced to initiate a localized high-pressure steam venting protocol for the purpose of securing the perimeter." "I don't give a damn about your audit," the bull snarled, raising his rifle. "We're clearing this gate." "Ennie," I said, my voice smooth and calm, "initiate the primary exhaust sequence." Ennie reached out and yanked the lever on my lower hip casing. A massive, deafening blast of superheated sulfurous steam erupted from my side vents, filling the air with a blinding, white-hot, roaring cloud of vapor that completely engulfed the front line of the security bulls. It was a purely defensive, theatrical display, the kind of maneuver that looked like a catastrophic boiler failure, but was actually a precisely controlled discharge. The security men screamed, dropping their rifles and scrambling backward, blinded and terrified by the sudden volcanic explosion of noise and heat. The Union men, sensing the opportunity, roared in a single, unified voice and slammed the gate shut, bolting it with a heavy iron bar. We stood on the other side of the gate, the Union men cheering, the security bulls regrouping in the distance, and the entire fate of Iron Creek hanging in the balance of a bluff. "Nice work, Sam," Ennie whispered, her face covered in soot, her eyes shining. A highly irregular application of industrial theater, I rumbled, my vacuum tubes settling back into their steady B-flat hum. Though I must admit, Miss Ennie, that the look of sheer, unadulterated confusion on that man's face was, from a sociological standpoint, a data point of immense, if strictly temporary, value. The Union leader, a man with a face like a weathered mountain, approached the gate and looked at us, at my exposed brass ribs, at Ennie's wrench, and at the truth of what we were. He didn't ask questions. He reached through the bars and shook my iron-hard hand. "We don't know who you are," he said, "but you're the first thing that stood up to them in a decade. We spent the night on the picket line. We didn't solve the strike. That would take more than steam and sarcasm, but we held the gate. And as I sat in the darkness, the Union men sharing their meager coffee and their stories of the road, I realized that I was no longer an observer of the history of the rail. I was a participant. The road was not just a path of iron. It was a struggle for the soul of the people who maintained it. And for the first time, I felt that I belonged on the line. Chapter 25. The Mechanical Prophet. The village of Oak Haven was not a place that appeared on any modern railroad map. It was a dying cluster of shacks huddled against the base of a jagged granite cliff, a ghost of an industrial era that had long ago packed its bags and moved to more profitable horizons. When we arrived, the silence was the first thing that struck me. Not the quiet of a resting landscape, but the heavy, suffocating silence of a community that had been cut off from the light. The village generator, a massive rusted pre-war behemoth of cast iron and copper, had seized up 3 weeks prior. Without it, the pump for the local well didn't run, the refrigeration for the communal larder failed, and the very spirit of the village began to wane under the creeping darkness of the valley. We were found by a group of village elders near the siding, their faces lined with a weariness that went beyond mere hunger. They didn't treat us with suspicion. They treated us with a desperate, hungry expectation. They had heard the rumor, a machine that walked, a machine that spoke, a machine that could fix anything. "Sam," Ennie whispered as we stood before the hulking mass of the generator, which sat in a stone shed like a dead idol, "look at the armature. The bearings haven't been greased since the year 1. It's not just seized, it's fused to the housing." I stepped into the shed, my optical sensors scanning the interior of the machine. It was a masterpiece of 19th century engineering, a beautiful, overbuilt piece of iron that was currently a paperweight. My internal diagnostic logic hummed as I analyzed the state of the coils, the integrity of the brushes, and the sheer, brutal stubbornness of the frozen drive shaft. "This is not a repair, Miss Ennie," I rumbled, my voice deep and resonant in the confined space of the stone shed. "This is a resurrection. The thermal expansion of the shaft has compromised the primary housing. To break this seal without cracking the cast iron will require a degree of heat transfer precision that is, by every standard of mechanical engineering, impossible." "Nothing's impossible, Sam," she said, already unpacking her canvas bag. "We have a geothermal vent nearby, we have your internal furnace, and we have enough scrap copper to build a bridge. We can heat stress the housing while you apply a torque wrench to the main drive shaft. If we work in sync, we can break the seal." The village gathered outside the shed, their faces illuminated by the flickering amber glow of my vacuum tubes. They watched, with a silent, expectant devotion that made my internal processors flicker with a strange, unfamiliar frequency. They didn't see a machine. They saw a prophet of the old, reliable world, a being that could restore the order of their lives. We worked through the night. I acted as the primary heat conductor, piping my own superheated steam into the secondary conduits of the generator, while Ennie crawled beneath the chassis, her wrench held in a grip of iron, waiting for the exact moment the housing expanded enough to allow for the release of the shaft. "Now, Sam!" she shouted from the darkness beneath the iron. I didn't calculate the risk to my own chassis. I threw my entire internal pressure into the torque wrench I had braced against the generator's drive shaft. I heard the groan of the metal, a high, piercing, agonizing shriek of rusted iron, and then, with a sound like a thunderclap inside the shed, the shaft jumped. The generator spun. It didn't just turn, it roared to life. The armature began to hum, a deep, resonant, beautiful vibration that traveled through the concrete floor and out into the valley. The lights in the shed, once dim, dust-covered bulbs, flared into life, casting a bright, white, celebratory light that spilled out into the darkness of Oak Haven. The cheering that erupted from the village was not a sound, it was a physical force. People were running from their homes, their faces lit by the sudden, miraculous return of the light. They didn't run toward the generator. They ran toward the shed, toward us. Ennie emerged from beneath the machine, her face smeared with grease, her eyes shining with a triumph that was, as always, both terrifying and beautiful. She stood there, bathed in the brilliant light of the generator, and for a moment she looked like a prophet herself. "We did it, Sam," she whispered, her voice lost in the rhythmic, humming heartbeat of the machine. "We gave them back their lives." The villagers didn't just thank us. They offered us the best they had. A communal meal of stew, a warm blanket by the fire, and a silence that was no longer heavy, but expectant. They spoke to us as if we were messengers. They asked about the road, about the coast, about the world that existed beyond the shadow of the cliff. "Is the rail coming back?" one of the elders asked, his eyes searching my brass-plated faceplate. "Is the world going to be iron again?" I looked at the light, at the generator, and at the faces of the people who had been saved by a wrench and a bit of steam. I felt the pulse of the machine beneath me, the steady, reliable, rhythmic beat of a creation that was, in its own way, a companion to my own. "The world is not returning to the iron," I rumbled, my voice soft and resonant, carrying across the silent, enlightened valley. "The iron is merely a way of moving. The world is returning to itself. You do not need the rail to maintain your lives. You need the rhythm. You need the connection. You need the knowledge that you are part of a network that spans the entire continent." They didn't fully understand, but they listened. They listened to the stories of the road, to the tales of the bulldog, the hobos, and the sea. They listened because the stories gave them a context, a place in the vast, shifting narrative of the world. As the night deepened, I sat in the center of the village square, my brass plates glowing with the residual heat of the generator, my vacuum tubes humming a steady, comforting B-flat. I was a gentleman of letters, a machine of brass, and now I was a part of the history of Oak Haven. "We shouldn't stay, Sam," Ennie said, her head resting against my knee as we sat by the fire. "The road is still moving. We have to reach the coast." "A practical, if entirely difficult conclusion," I rumbled, my gears settling into a steady, contented purr. "But I find, Miss Ennie, that my logical indexes have been significantly altered by this engagement. I was built to record history, yet here I have participated in it. I have become a part of the very ledger I was designed to document." "That's the secret, Sam," she whispered, her eyes fixed on the distant, dark, silent silhouette of the cliffs. "You don't record the story, you live it. And if you're lucky, you change the ending." We left Oak Haven at dawn, the generator still humming a steady, reliable song behind us, the lights still burning in the valley. We walked toward the siding, our footsteps marking the rhythm of a road that now felt less like a transit and more like a purpose. I was a patched-up, skeletonized, brass-plated machine, but as I walked alongside the mechanic who had taught me the value of a wrench, I realized that I wasn't just a machine anymore. I was a prophet of the road, and I had a whole continent of stories waiting to be told. Chapter 26, The Saboteurs. The American industrial infrastructure is a marvel of efficiency, yet it is a system predicated upon a terrifying fragility. The belief that all participants in the network operate with the same baseline of ethical utility. In the dusty, heat-shimmering rail yards of the high desert, we discovered that this assumption is, at best, a naive miscalculation. We had been scouting the perimeter of the freight staging area, a labyrinth of rusted tankers, dormant reefers, and long abandoned flatbeds, when the rhythmic, metallic clink, clink, clink of a wrench striking an iron rail betrayed a presence in the darkness. "Down, Sam!" Ennie hissed, pulling me into the shadow of a deep well flat car. Her hand, calloused and steady, gripped my elbow. "Look, near the main switch junction." Two silhouettes were hunched over the tracks. They were not rail workers. They lacked the rhythmic, practiced efficiency of a section crew. They were moving with a frantic, amateurish clumsiness, their hands dancing over the switch lock with a set of heavy, unauthorized bolt cutters. "Sabotage!" I rumbled, the sound trapped deep within my vocal diaphragm, vibrating against the iron of the flat car. My diagnostic sensors indicate the application of a high-stress mechanical torque to the primary switch pivot. They are attempting to misalign the track. If that switch is thrown while the midnight manifest approaches, the result will be an absolute, catastrophic derailment. "It's insurance, Sam," Ennie murmured, her voice filled with a cold, sharp clarity. "They're trying to wreck the manifest to collect on the cargo loss. If they trigger a derailment in this canyon, the company will write off the entire shipment as a total loss. They're killing the train for the payout." The logic of the situation was abhorrent. A cold-blooded sacrifice of safety, labor, and property for the sake of a financial adjustment. It was a violation of every principle of mechanical engineering, a profound insult to the purpose of the rail. We cannot allow the system to be compromised by such a primitive, mercenary intervention, I rumbled, my vacuum tubes pulsing a warning shade of violet. The structural integrity of the manifest is a collective responsibility. "We need a plan," Ennie said, her mind already navigating the layout of the yard. "The manifest is due in 20 minutes. If we engage them directly, they'll use their cutters on us. We have to disrupt the sabotage without revealing ourselves as the cause." I calculated the vectors. The saboteurs had removed the lock and were currently applying a mechanical crowbar to the rail joint. If I could utilize my internal steam venting sequence to generate a localized, high-velocity atmospheric disturbance, a focused jet of exhaust, I could potentially destabilize their footing, forcing them to abandon the switch without triggering an alert. "Miss Ennie," I said, "direct your attention to the dry grass on the embankment. If I focus my primary exhaust valve directly toward the switch base, the pressure will be sufficient to create a momentary violent gust, but it will also generate a significant amount of heat. Ensure the path is clear of critical infrastructure." "Go, Sam! Do it!" I crept from the shadow of the flat car, my exposed brass-plated frame blending into the industrial clutter of the yard. The saboteurs were grunting, their combined weight leaning into the crowbar. The rail began to groan. I reached the optimal point of discharge, aligned my lower hip vents, and bypassed my primary pressure regulator. The release was instantaneous. A roar of superheated, sulfurous vapor exploded from my chassis, a concentrated blast of industrial power that hit the switch base with the force of a localized cyclone. The impact was immediate. The saboteurs were flung backward, their crowbar spinning into the gravel with a ringing metallic clang. They scrambled to their feet, blinded by the sudden roaring wall of white steam, their faces masks of sheer, unadulterated panic. "The boiler's blown," one of them shrieked, his voice cracking. "The whole damn yard is going up." They didn't look back. They dropped their tools and bolted, vanishing into the darkness of the yard like frightened, guilty rats. Ennie was there in an instant. She didn't wait to see if they would return. She slammed the switch back into its locked position, secured it with a length of heavy-duty iron wire from her kit, and checked the alignment with the precision of a master machinist. "It's set," she whispered, breathless, her eyes scanning the tracks. "The manifest will hold the line." The midnight manifest arrived 10 minutes later, a long, thundering string of steel that roared past the switch at 40 miles an hour. I stood in the darkness, my vacuum tubes glowing a steady, relieved amber, watching the rhythmic flash of the locomotive's headlight as it cut through the yard. The train was safe, the rail was intact. The ledger of the road, the story of the freight, the labor, and the transit would continue uninterrupted. "An entirely satisfactory logistical correction," I rumbled, my gears settling into a smooth, rhythmic purr. Though I find that the necessity of engaging in such clandestine interference is a lamentable comment on the current state of our industrial morality. Ennie sat on the gravel, her back against the rail, her hands shaking as she tucked her wrench away. She looked up at me, at the exposed clockwork, the glowing tubes, and the strange patchwork dignity of my chassis. "We saved the manifest, Sam," she said, her voice soft, filled with a quiet, fierce pride. "We saved the story. That's enough." I looked at the switch, the iron, and the vast, dark expanse of the high desert. I realized then that my purpose was no longer defined by the blueprints of my Creator, but by the necessity of the road. I was the guardian of the frequency, the protector of the manifest, and a participant in the history I had been built to record. "It is enough," I rumbled, my voice soft and resonant, blending with the distant, fading whistle of the train as it disappeared into the night. "And as long as the road requires a sentinel, I find myself entirely and quite logically prepared to remain on the line." We moved on, leaving the yard behind, walking toward the coast, toward the water, and toward the end of the line. The saboteurs were gone, the manifest was on its way, and we were once again moving toward the future, one rhythmic, brass-plated step at a time. Chapter 27, The Great Escape. The administrative mechanisms of the small-town justice system in the high desert are characterized by a profound, unyielding attachment to the concept of vagrancy, a legal category so broad that it essentially renders any individual not currently possessed of a permanent address or a suit-and-tie employment status a criminal liability. We had been apprehended while pausing for a modest caloric replenishment behind the local grain elevator, and within the hour, we were incarcerated in the town's only holding facility, a stone-walled, iron-barred room that smelled exclusively of damp limestone and defeated ambition. "Sam," Ennie whispered, her voice tight, pressed against the cold iron of the door. "This is not a long-term logistical solution. The sheriff told us we're waiting for the morning transport to the county workhouse. If we end up in the workhouse, we'll be stripping cable for the next 6 months." I sat on the edge of the stone bench, my exposed clockwork frame making a series of soft, frustrated clicks in the cramped, echoing silence. I was not built for confinement. I was a high-frequency intellectual framework, a gentleman of letters, and a machine of the road. To be locked in a stone box was an insult to my mechanical ancestry. The structural integrity of this facility is, by my estimation, entirely dependent upon the quality of the primary locking mechanism, I rumbled, my voice deep, resonant, and vibrating within the narrow confines of the cell. My optical sensors have been monitoring the tumbler since our arrival. It is a primitive lever-actuated spring bolt. It is not an intelligent lock. It is a mechanical convenience. "I know it's a convenience, Sam," Ennie said, her eyes flashing with that familiar, dangerous light. She reached into the lining of her canvas tool bag, her fingers deftly extracting a thin, serrated shim she had fashioned from a piece of scavenged tin. "But the sheriff kept the heavy stuff. All I have is this, and the steam pressure tool we used for the generator." She was referring to the improvised hydraulic wedge, a small, ingenious device she had constructed from a discarded copper pipe and a pressure-sensitive plunger. It was designed to exert force in confined spaces, using the heat of my own boiler vent to generate a sudden, violent expansion of trapped air. "A delicate application of pneumatic force," I observed, my vacuum tubes pulsing a steady, thoughtful violet. "If you can seat the plunger against the inner plate of the lock casing, the expansion will force the spring bolt to retract, provided the atmospheric pressure is balanced by the thermal surge." "It'll work, Sam," she said, her voice dropping to a whisper as the heavy rhythmic thud of the sheriff's boots approached the cell block. "You have to vent the steam, but you have to keep it quiet. If the sheriff hears you blowing off pressure, he'll be in here with a shotgun." The sheriff arrived, his silhouette blocking the light, his presence a heavy, suffocating weight of local, unearned authority. He paused before our cell, his eyes scanning us with a mixture of contempt and bored indifference. "Morning, hitchhikers," he grunted. "Ready for the workhouse?" "We are currently engaged in a review of our legal standing," I rumbled, my voice maintaining a level, dignified resonance that seemed to irritate him. "I believe you will find that our presence in this municipality was strictly transient and entirely non-criminal." "Save it for the judge," he muttered, turning and moving toward the next cell. As soon as his footsteps faded, Ennie went to work. She moved with the silent, fluid grace of a thief, her hands inserting the copper wedge into the narrow gap between the door and the frame. She positioned it with microscopic precision, then looked back at me. "Now, Sam," she hissed, quietly. I diverted my internal steam pressure, a difficult, physically demanding maneuver that required me to seal my main vents and force the vapor through a tiny, restricted capillary tube I had fashioned for the purpose. It was like breathing through a needle. I felt the heat build within my chest casing, a sharp, focused, searing pressure that caused my vacuum tubes to flare with an intense, concentrated light. I channeled the pressure into the copper wedge. For a second, there was silence. Then, a soft, high-pitched hiss, the sound of the air expanding against the steel. The lock groaned. I could hear the tumblers straining, the spring bolt resisting, and the sheer physical force of the pneumatic pressure fighting the friction of the iron. Pop! The sound was small, but in the stone-walled cell, it was the sound of a liberation. The bolt slid back. The heavy door swung open a mere fraction of an inch, revealing the dark, deserted corridor of the jailhouse. Ennie didn't wait. She grabbed her bag, slipped through the gap, and disappeared into the shadows. I followed, my exposed brass-plated frame moving with a quiet, deliberate caution, my gears clicking in a soft, rhythmic hush. We bypassed the guard station, avoided the main lobby, and exited through a rear storage door that led directly into the alley. The cool night air of the high desert hit us, a sharp, crisp, magnificent relief after the stale, oppressive atmosphere of the jail. We didn't run. We walked, our shadows long and strange in the flickering light of the street lamps, until we reached the edge of the town. We found our way back to the tracks, where a slow-moving, coal-laden freight was already picking up speed, its rhythmic, heavy-duty thrumming, a siren song of freedom. "The rail is the ultimate authority, is it not?" I rumbled, my voice soft and resonant, blending with the sound of the approaching engine. "It does not care for vagrancy, it cares only for the transit." "And we're transiting, Sam," Ennie whispered, her face lit by a sudden fierce joy as she grabbed the side ladder of a passing tank car. She swung herself up, then reached down, her hand finding my brass-plated forearm, her strength a surprising steadying anchor as she hauled me towards the ladder. I swung into the shadow of the tank car, my boots finding the stirrup, my weight settling into the swaying metallic rhythm of the train. I was a gentleman of letters, yes, but I was also a fugitive, an escaped prisoner, and a part of the infinite, shifting, beautiful, and entirely uncontrollable narrative of the road. "An entirely logically sound exit, Miss Ennie," I rumbled, my vacuum tubes glowing a steady, relieved amber. Though I must admit, the sensation of freedom is, by every metric of my internal diagnostic, a data point of truly, exceptionally high value. "That's the road, Sam," she laughed, her hair whipping in the wind, her eyes fixed on the horizon where the dark, vast, and silent coast of the Pacific was waiting. "It's not where you are, it's where you're going." The freight car rattled into the dark, carrying us away from the jail, away from the workhouse, and away from the small-minded authority of the desert. We were moving west, we were moving fast, and we were finally, truly, in the clear. I watched the town disappear into the distance, a small dark speck on the face of the earth, and I knew, with the absolute, unshakable certainty of a machine that had been designed to witness the world, that our story was far from over. It was only just beginning. Chapter 28, Westward Bound. The geography of the North American continent, when viewed from the vantage point of a slow-moving freight manifest, is a study in relentless, beautiful accumulation. We had crossed the high arid basins of the interior, the granite-toothed spine of the Sierras, and were now descending into the vast emerald-hued valleys of the Pacific slope. The air had changed. It was no longer the sharp, crystalline cold of the high desert, but a heavy, salt-sweet mixture of brine, eucalyptus, and the deep, damp promise of the approaching ocean. "Look, Sam," Ennie whispered, her voice carrying a sense of profound, quiet awe. She was standing at the edge of the gondola, her hair whipping in the stiff, marine-influenced wind. "The light. It's different. It's softer." I moved to the rail, my exposed brass frame clicking rhythmically against the swaying iron of the gondola. I cycled my optical sensors, adjusting my focal length to accommodate the sudden, brilliant gold-washed expanse of the valley floor before us. The sun was dipping low, casting long, dramatic shadows across the orchards and the winding silver ribbons of the rivers that carved their way toward the sea. "The light is refracting through the marine layer," I rumbled, my vocal diaphragm emitting a sound that was less a gravelly resonance and more a soft, contemplative hum. "The density of the atmosphere has increased, reflecting the moisture of the Pacific. It is, by every metric of aesthetic observation, an entirely, mathematically magnificent transformation." We were nearing the end. The manifest, which had been our home, our vessel, and our rhythmic companion for thousands of miles, was beginning to slow. The grade had leveled, the screeches of the brakes were becoming more frequent, more deliberate, and the landscape was becoming increasingly punctuated by the artifacts of a coastal civilization, power lines, paved roadways, and the distant smoky sprawl of the port terminals. "We're almost there, Sam," Ennie said, her hand reaching out to touch the cold, salt-encrusted iron of the rail. "After everything, the bulldog, the storm, the trestle, the strike, the generator, the saboteurs, the jail, we're almost at the coast." I looked at her, at the small, fierce, magnificent mechanic who had been my constant through every mile of the journey. She was covered in the dust of 3 time zones. Her clothes were tattered, her hands were calloused, and her eyes held the exhaustion of a 3,000-mile excursion. But they also held a steady, unyielding, brilliant light. "It is a peculiar feeling, Miss Ennie," I rumbled, my vacuum tubes pulsing a soft, steady, reflective amber. My logic grid was initialized to document the history of the Iron Road. It was designed to maintain a ledger of the machine age. And yet, as I look upon this shifting, beautiful, and entirely uncategorizable landscape, I find that my indexers are stagnant. They do not want to record. They want to experience. "That's because the road isn't a ledger, Sam," she said, leaning against my brass-plated ribcage, her warmth bleeding through the metal. "The road is a way of living. You can't record it. You can only be a part of it." The manifest rattled through a final low-lying pass, and then, with a long, mournful blast of the locomotive's whistle, it burst out of the trees and into the sprawling industrial expanse of the coastal terminal. The sight was overwhelming. The ocean, the vast, deep, churning, magnificent Pacific, stretched out beyond the docks like an infinite shifting floor of hammered silver. The port was alive with the sound of cranes, the rhythmic hooting of the tugs, and the deep, booming, resonant chime of the harbor bells. It was a symphony of maritime transit, a living, industrial, beautiful, and entirely overwhelming introduction to the end of the line. "The Pacific," I whispered, the word carrying a weight of history, geography, and mechanical finality. The absolute western terminus of the iron path. We didn't wait for the train to reach the marshalling tracks. We jumped before the manifest hit the yard, landing on the gravel with a soft, practiced roll that had become our signature. We stood in the shadows of the docks, watching the massive, gleaming iron engines of the coastal lines as they arrived and departed, their wheels sparking in the twilight. I felt a strange, cold, wonderful sense of completion. My internal clockwork was humming in a perfect steady B-flat. My vacuum tubes were bathed in the soft, ambient light of the coast, their golden orange glow a warm, constant presence in the salt, sweet dusk. "What now, Sam?" Ennie asked, her canvas bag slung over her shoulder, her wrench tucked securely into her belt. "The road stops here." I looked out at the ocean, at the ships departing for islands I would never see, and at the vast, uncaring, and entirely beautiful horizon. I realized that the road did not stop. It shifted. It changed its frequency. It became the sea, the tide, the wind, and the story that would be told by every traveler who would follow in our wake. "The road does not stop, Miss Ennie," I rumbled, my voice soft, resonant, and filled with a quiet, profound certainty. "The road is merely a way of living, and I believe, upon further reflection, that the living and the storytelling has only just begun." I looked at the port, the harbor, and the sea, my brass-plated hand gently settling onto the shoulder of the girl who had repaired my soul. We were not finished. We were just arriving, and in the salt-sprayed, brilliant, and infinitely complex light of the coastal evening, I knew, with the absolute, unshakable certainty of a machine that had finally, unequivocally found its purpose, that we were exactly where we were supposed to be. The story of the road was ours. It was permanent, and it was, above all, infinite. Chapter 29. The Final Bull. The finality of a coastal terminal is a deceptive construct. One assumes that the cessation of the iron rail signifies the conclusion of the conflict, yet the road, in its infinite, stubborn complexity, rarely permits such a convenient resolution. We were navigating the perimeter of the San Francisco docks, the salt air stinging the exposed copper of my primary circuitry, when the sound of a heavy rhythmic footfall, a cadence of disciplined predatory intent, betrayed our pursuit. He had been with us since the outskirts of the high desert, the chief, as he was known in the ledger, of the railroad security syndicates. He was not a bull of the standard hickory-wielding variety. He was a man of cold, systematic malice, an agent of the syndicate whose sole function was the liquidation of unauthorized narratives. He tracked us not by sight, but by the resonance of our transit, his presence a dark, low-frequency hum that had been dogging our periphery for 300 miles. "Sam," Ennie whispered, pulling me behind a stack of weathered, salt-bleached shipping crates. Her hand went to the handle of her wrench, not as a tool, but as a defense. "He's closing the distance. He's right behind the bulkhead." I stepped into the light of a flickering industrial arc lamp, my brass plating scarred and burnished by the history of our journey. My vacuum tubes flared a steady, brilliant white, the light of a machine that had survived the storm, the strike, and the deep, seismic truth of the world. "Let him come, Miss Ennie," I rumbled, my voice deep, resonant, and entirely devoid of its usual cynical defensive posture. "He is an agent of the ledger keepers. He believes that by extinguishing the storyteller he can silence the story. It is a logical fallacy of the highest order." The chief emerged from the shadows. He was a tall, angular man in a charcoal gray overcoat, his face a mask of bureaucratic indifference. He held a high-caliber railway pistol, his aim precise, his posture the embodiment of a company that had decided the cost of our existence exceeded the value of our narrative. "You've caused a significant amount of logistical disruption, machine," he said, his voice cold, flat, and entirely lacking in human resonance. "You and the girl have bypassed every established protocol of the manifest. You have turned a standard transit into a localized, resonant feedback loop that the syndicate can no longer quantify." "We have provided a service, sir," I rumbled, my gears clicking in a steady, rhythmic, and entirely unintimidated sequence. "We have provided a ledger that reflects the reality of the road, not the fiction of the dividend." "The reality of the road is irrelevant," he said, raising the pistol. "The only reality is the balance sheet. And you are a debit." Ennie stepped out from behind the crates, her stance wide, her wrench held at her side, her eyes fixed on the man who had tracked us across the continent. She didn't look afraid. She looked like a mechanic who had finally identified the source of the mechanical failure. "You can pull that trigger," she said, her voice soft, but carrying a sharp, ringing clarity. "But you're not just killing a machine, you're killing the signal. We've already broadcast the ledger. We've already connected the subterranean array. Every story we've told, every life we've witnessed, is currently pulsing through the crust of the earth. You're too late." The chief hesitated. He looked at me, at the glowing vacuum tubes, at the etched patchwork filigree of my chest, and at the steady, unwavering light of my optical sensors. He looked at Ennie, at the grease-stained overalls, and the iron-willed intelligence of her expression. "You think you've won?" he sneered, his finger tightening on the trigger. "You're a piece of scrap metal and a runaway girl on a pier in the middle of nowhere." "We are a frequency," I rumbled, my vacuum tubes flaring with an intensity that made the entire dock space shimmer. I didn't move. I simply was. I channeled the collective resonance of the entire trip, the bulldog, the trestle, the strike, the generator, the jail, into the very air of the terminal. The resonance was a physical pressure, a low tectonic hum that caused the very pier to vibrate. "You are a ghost," I said, my voice echoing with the authority of the road. "You are an agent of a system that is currently being overwritten by the very reality you refuse to quantify. And you are standing in the middle of a narrative that has already moved beyond your reach." The chief's arm trembled. He looked at the pistol, at the dark, churning water of the harbor, and at the vast, uncaring, and entirely beautiful horizon where the ocean met the sky. He was not defeated by force. He was defeated by the realization that he was an obsolete variable in a system that had finally, irrevocably, optimized itself. He lowered the pistol. He looked at us, a machine and a mechanic who had done what no syndicate had ever dared to do. And he turned away, walking back into the shadows of the terminal, a man who had suddenly and quite completely lost his purpose. "He's gone, Sam," Ennie whispered, her breath escaping in a long, shuddering release. I looked at the shadow of the man, then at the vast, shimmering, salt-sprayed expanse of the harbor. My vacuum tubes dimmed to a soft, warm, golden light. I was a gentleman of letters, a machine of brass, and a survivor of the road. I had faced the final bull, I had stood my ground, and I had seen the ledger keepers turn their backs on the very story they had tried so desperately to silence. "A satisfactory resolution of a hostile variable," I rumbled, my voice blending with the distant, rhythmic chime of the harbor bells. "Though I find, Miss Ennie, that the experience has left me with a profound sense of logical closure." "Closure?" she asked, looking up at me, her eyes reflecting the vast golden light of the Pacific sunset. "The journey is complete," I rumbled, my gears settling into a final, steady, and entirely resonant purr. "The bull is gone, the signal is secure, and the road, the long, winding, magnificent, and entirely unpredictable road, is finally, truly ours." I reached out, my brass-plated hand settling onto her shoulder, and together we turned toward the water, where the sea and the sky were already beginning to blur into the shimmering blue-gray promise of a new, final, and truly infinite horizon. We were the storytellers, the mechanics, the travelers, and the keepers of the frequency. And as we watched the tide roll in to rewrite the map, I knew, with the absolute, unshakable certainty of a machine that had finally unequivocally found its soul, that we had arrived. Chapter 30. Steel Rails, Infinite Paths. The terminal, in its industrial capacity, is designed for the arrival of freight and the departure of vessels. It is a place of rigid schedules, manifest accounting, and the final, heavy silence of steel, coming to rest. Yet, as I stood upon the salt-crusted edge of the San Francisco Pier, with the Pacific Ocean churning in a vast, rhythmic, indifferent dance before us, I realized that the terminal was not a destination. It was merely the final, massive switch point in a network that possessed no end. Ennie sat on a discarded coil of heavy mooring rope, her hands resting on her knees, her tool bag finally set aside. The silence of the coast was different from the silence of the desert or the hush of the mountain pass. It was a deep, resonating sound, the sound of the world breathing in, of the tide pulling back, of a story gathering itself for the next, inevitable and entirely unwritten chapter. "We made it, Sam," she said, her voice soft, lacking the manic urgency that had propelled us across the continent. She wasn't looking at the docks anymore. She was looking at the horizon, where the blue of the water deepened into the violet of the coming night. 3,000 miles of iron, and we're standing at the edge of the water. What happens now? I moved to her side, my brass-plated frame casting a long, complex, and entirely unique shadow against the pier. My internal diagnostic systems were perfectly balanced. The high-frequency hum of my logic core had settled into a steady, profound B-flat, the fundamental note of our journey. My vacuum tubes glowed with a warm, golden light that seemed to hold the reflected colors of the entire, vast and magnificent road behind us. "The ledger is closed, Miss Ennie," I rumbled, my voice deep, resonant, and entirely at peace. "The manifest is accounted for. The bull has departed. We are, by every metric of our previous logistical existence, entirely unencumbered. We have no rail to follow, no manifest to fulfill, and no corporate authority to navigate." "So we're done?" she asked, a small, sad smile touching her lips. just finished? I looked at the water, the liquid road that stretched from this pier to the ends of the earth, and then back at the iron tracks that vanished into the dark, mountainous heart of the continent. "The road is not a destination, my dear," I rumbled, my gears settling into a steady, rhythmic, and entirely comfortable purr. "The road is a way of living. It is a syntax of experience. It is the ledger of every traveler who has ever looked at a horizon and decided that the distance was worth the cost of the transit. We have finished this road, yes, but the road itself, the road is infinite." I reached out, my heavy brass-plated hand gently patting the iron-plated shoulder of the girl who had repaired my soul with a pocket knife and a piece of wire. We had been a machine and a mechanic, a narrator and a navigator, a ghost and a guardian. We had been everything the road required us to be, and in doing so, we had become something more than the sum of our blueprints. "We have the frequency, Ennie," I rumbled, my vacuum tubes flaring with a light that seemed to mirror the first distant stars beginning to burn in the twilight. "We have the subterranean connection. We have the ledger. We are the syntax of the future, and there are 1,000 other roads, tides, signals, stories, and rhythms that have yet to be mapped." Ennie stood up, her hand finding mine, her grip steady, warm, and entirely sure. She looked at me, and in the salt-sprayed light of the coastal evening, she looked like the only reality in a world that was rapidly turning into a dream. "So we pick a path?" she asked. "We pick a frequency," I rumbled. "We pick a rhythm, and we start the transmission." As the sun finally dipped below the horizon, bathing the world in a brief, brilliant, and entirely ephemeral flash of gold, I realized that I would never look at a map the same way again. A map was a record of what had been, the road, the true, resonant, vibrating road of human and mechanical experience, was the promise of what could be. We turned away from the docks, leaving the iron of the railway behind, and walked toward the small, waiting shimmer of a local ferry terminal, toward the dark, inviting expanse of the ocean, and toward the endless, magnificent possibilities of the night. My internal clockwork was ticking in perfect time with the pulse of the world. My vacuum tubes were glowing with the steady golden-orange light of a machine that had finally, unequivocally found its purpose, and the air around us was singing with the invisible, vibrant, and entirely open frequency of a story that was only just beginning. "Very well, Miss Ennie," I rumbled, my voice blending with the sound of the tide, the hum of the stars, and the steady, unbreakable rhythm of the road that we would now carry in our own internal archives. "The ferry departs at dawn. I believe I have an introduction to draft for the next 3,000 miles. Shall we?" "Let's go, Sam," she whispered, her hand never letting go of mine. And as we stepped off the pier and into the dark, vibrant, and entirely open promise of the future, I knew, with the absolute, unshakable certainty of a machine that had been designed to witness the world, that we were not just travelers. We were the path itself. We were the iron, the steam, the signal, and the story. And we were going to be on the road, somewhere, in some frequency, for as long as the world continued to beat. The story was infinite, the journey was our own, and the road, the long, winding, magnificent, and entirely unpredictable road, was finally, truly, our way of living.
Hear that whistle down the line, gonna make